Good morning all and welcome to the Infrastructure, Environment and Compliance Standing Committee meeting for Wednesday the 2nd of November. Welcome to councillors, staff and those joining us in the gallery today as well as on live stream. I'd now like to open our first of our new Infrastructure, Environment and Compliance meetings with the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Okay. Do we have any requests for leave of absence? I don't believe so. Got everyone here? Councillor Duff, recognition of traditional owners. Thank you.
I'd like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, the Wakwaka land, and acknowledge the elders both past, present and emerging. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any conflict of interest matters to disclose to the meeting? Councillors? No? Councillor Schumacher.
The only thing that I did want to raise, Mayor Otto, is the house that I'm currently house sitting is on Diagula Highway, and it is right next to the Rogers Drive Kingaroy roundabout. I don't have any financial interests or investments in the immediate area, but yeah, I guess I just wanted to make council aware that I am house sitting a house on Diagula Highway, which is next door to Rogers Drive. I don't feel I have any conflict of interest which would impede my ability to act impartially about the matter, but I did want to raise it for the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr CEO.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor. These are the hard ones. Well, you would say, I would say absolutely not, in my opinion, because there's no financial benefit or gain or loss to you, nor do you have any influence greater or less than any other person. But Mayor, if you're comfortable, I can't tell council to stay or not, but yeah, we can make a note of it for the minutes so it's been recorded if that's of assistance. But it would be different. Well, maybe if you had a direct pecuniary or financial interest in the property, but if you're house sitting, it's a temporary arrangement. Yeah. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Thank you, Councillor. Yeah. Do any councillors have a concern? I'm comfortable. Yeah, everyone's comfortable. Thank you, Councillor Schumacher. Okay, if there's nothing else on that matter, let's move on then to the minutes of the previous meeting. They were held on it was held on the 5th of October. The minutes are at page 6 on the agenda, and we have a recommendation that the minutes of the Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting held on 5 October 2022 be received. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thanks. Second, Councillor Erkins, thank you. Any speakers to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 6.2 is, where are we? Sorry, 6.1. We've just done that. Sorry, 6.1, yeah, just hasn't got the... So the 6.1, yes, thank you, Kimberly, is the Infrastructure Planning, Works, Construction and Maintenance Portfolio Report, and I'd like to now welcome Councillor Jones to provide his report.
Thanks, Mayor, and again, great pleasure to deliver the portfolio report for the Infrastructure Planning, Works and Construction Maintenance for the month of November. I'll present it as read, but I do want to highlight a few things. We've got some of our current planned works for November, the capital works there, Blackbutt CBD, nearing completion and an enormous improvement down there. George Street car park in Kingaroy well underway, and all being equal, hopefully in the next 2 to 3 weeks there'll be some bitumen down there, and that car park will be fully operational before Christmas. John Street, Kingaroy, and you see the list there, Cumbria CBD. We're getting close there, looking to go through from October through to March to have that completed. Leopard Court, Kingaroy, gravel shoulder re-sheeting there, whole list of roads that are all there. The roadside slashing is all underway, and completed works for noting, design and planning projects, King Street, Kingaroy, the footpath renewal, that design is 100% complete. Tipperary Flats, Nanango is all good to go, and Cumbria Streetscape in Kingaroy, Rehabilitation CBD, the design is complete there. And patrol grading, roadside slashing, boom side slashing, all that sort of stuff. You go to page 27, customer requests for the year to date. We've had over 1,000 come in, and we have 771 that are completed and 317 that are still current, so great work there by the staff. We go on to page 28, the recent storm damage and flood response. I just want to read some of these things out. Council crews continue to respond to emergency works under the jointly funded Commonwealth State Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements, DRFA, relating to the South East Queensland Coast Low July 2022 event. Council is continuing its discussions with the Queensland Reconstruction Authority with a focus on reducing the impact on Council's budget, with 5 activations currently requiring 5 trigger point payments of $212,168, which is Council, comes back to Council. To date, approximately $8.88 million has been spent across the 5 events. QRA has provided grant advances and a 30% payment on 3 REPA submissions, plus progress payments for emergency and immediate reconstruction works. Total funding received to date is approximately $7.56 million. Further REPA submissions, emergency works and immediate reconstruction works claims are being prepared in readiness for submission to QRA for approval. The current South Burnett Regional Council Capital Works program and some of the operational programs such as patrol grading are being impacted by emergency and immediate reconstruction requirements. The Red Frost team recently completed a prioritised Reaper inspection program that aligns with those assets identified in the SBRC 22-23 CapEx pavement reseal, rehab and gravel resheet programs. The findings of these inspections are being developed into priority Reaper submissions and are currently in the process of lodgement with QRA. Our contract construction status overview: an external contract to complete 16 priority roads was awarded to Yesburg Earth Moving and commenced in early May. These works are now finalised and the submission has now progressed to the QRA acquittal process. A second submission containing 35 roads was submitted to and approved by QRA. An invitation to offer was released to the market for 31 roads. 27 of those roads were completed by Yesburg Earth Moving. Council are finalising the works on 2 of these roads. The works began in July, are scheduled for completion by the end of October, and you can see overview of progress to date in table 1 below, and that is available on our website, the SBRC Road Submission 2 Contract Overview. And you can see a whole list of roads there, and keeping in mind that we started off with somewhere around about 900 roads plus. Table 2 down there, you can see that that's in submissions 2 and 3 on the contract overview on page 31, and that continues through. There's a whole long list of roads there. You go over to the back on page 36, dig out and replace status overview. The dig out and repair scope of work is still evolving as Council continues to inspect roads and identify damage in and around the SBRC region. Excuse me. Some key works were completed at King Street, Arthur Street, Edward and Pound Street. SBRC crews continue to undertake pothole repair works on multiple locations throughout the SBRC region. There are currently over 150 individual pavement repair sites identified within the Kingaroy area. After the inspections are completed, analysis will be undertaken to identify what damage will be covered by Reaper funding and what existing damage will require council maintenance to complete. In October, additional urgent works were undertaken by the Dig Out and Replace team on Birch Road, Wattle Camp Road, Bowman Road and Blackbutt Crow's Nest Road, Blackbutt. The photos below show pre, during and post-construction works on Blackbutt Crow's Nest Road. Our drainage and culvert team clean-out activity status: 2 subcontractor crews were engaged to clear block road culverts as part of the emergency and immediate reconstruction works response. These works were scheduled for completion on the 9th of August 22. However, due to the South Queensland East Coast Low July 22 related event, these activities have now been extended until the 21st of October 22. To date, a total of 130 roads across the region have been desilted and or cleaned out. So, Mr Mayor, that explains a fair bit of what's happening in our road network, and there are people ringing in and saying that they have serious damage with their roads. There's no gravel on those roads. There is a process that we have to go through. How you enlighten people that they think they've got the worst road in the South Burnett, it's emergencies. There is other roads out there just as bad, and the staff, I must commend the staff, men and women. They are doing the utmost to make sure we get through this process as best we can and as fair as we possibly can across the region. So how you highlight a road and make one road more important than the other and all that sort of stuff. It is a tough task, and that the Red Cross team, the process that we go through takes so long. Our staff go out, inspect the roads, then Red Cross come out, we make application, the funding's got to be approved, and then we've got to go out and do it. It's a long, drawn-out process, and our staff get smashed because they go out and they do temporary works and all that sort of stuff to get it safer, not up to standard, but safer for people to travel across, and that's all we're allowed to do. And if we fix it properly, we then lose all ability to make claim to federal and Commonwealth governments. So bug it if you do and bug it if you don't, Mr Mayor. And potholes, anyone that knows anything about potholes, worst time to fix them is in the rain. If we don't go out and fix them, we're seen to be not responding, not doing anything. We go out, we fix the potholes, they blow out in another 3 weeks, understandably, and then we get smashed again because we're doing poor work. So with that, Mr Mayor, I just want to congratulate the men and women that are out there doing their utmost to make this community safe for people to travel across. And I'd like to present my portfolio report for infrastructure, planning works, construction and maintenance portfolio for the month of November to be accepted. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that very comprehensive report, Councillor Jones. Do we have a seconder for the report? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Speakers? Councillor Duff.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just wondering if this is a question to General Manager Meehan. Just, I know that when we put in this first submission, or I think the first two submissions, we went out to tender and we got a contractor, which was SBRC. I'm just wondering, and I think I did ask the question before, why we can't engage. I know there was more than one tender put in, engage additional contractors to try and speed the work up.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. So we're probably going to undertake a review of how our flood damage has been delivered. So our claim for Reaper is getting up quite substantial at the moment too, and mindful too that some of that damage is on obviously the worst parts of our network, which draws a lot of attention. So be happy to talk to council probably in the new year around the strategy to accelerate that through the next 12 months, particularly if we look at resourcing it maybe with some council resources to try and accelerate some of those works through. Just in regards to the contractors, so we could use multiple packages and send more out. We've got to be able to control that work as well. So that means we need more project management resources too. So trying to be able to resource that. So we have had some contractual issues that we've worked through with some of the contractors. So I'm mindful too that we provide a high level of supervision to the works that are being undertaken on the flood damage, because they are of a risk essentially, because you are rehabbing in line with the QRA scope. So you're not doing full reconstruction as we would if it was a greenfield site for someone for council. So happy to look at ways for council to accelerate that in the new year if council was happy for that, and happy to come back and have a discussion around how we resource that. Mindful too, that understand I see the emails, I get them every day from people to try and start moving through some of that network quicker. And to be honest, I would expect that we are, by all indications, we're due imminently for a rainfall event at any time in the next 3 months. So, which means our emergent works will be back on the cards again. So, if that's helpful.
Yes, thank you. Happy if we review that in the new year. That would be awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jones, for the report. Just a couple of things. Just wanted to, if you could elaborate on General Manager Meehan. One of my concerns here, reading on page 28, it says that the current South Burnett Regional Council Capital Works program and some of our operational programs such as patrol grading are being impacted by emergency and immediate reconstruction requirements. I know that's something we've discussed quite extensively here. I'm actually wondering, because we have such a large and hefty capital works program and such a large and hefty Reaper program, like at what point do we actually start to look at these things? Like I read over the first budget review in our that was presented to our general meeting, and noted that there are a number of large capital works programs there that aren't progressing. I guess I'm just looking for some guidance or advice from you in relation to that program that we've set, and whether actually achieving it is possible, and whether we should, what that looks like in terms of our longer term asset management, because I'm mindful that for some of the roads that were already on the capital works program, they've actually reached or are at intervention level, or, you know, at the ideal time for renewals. So yeah, that's what's sort of rolling around in my mind.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So just on the back of that, so we're currently doing two things at the moment. We're inspecting the network for our maintenance review, and we're also doing the Reaper pickup through there. So to give council an idea, that value of that Reaper is approaching the $30 million mark at the moment, which is a substantial program for any council. I think the largest one I handled was after 2013 was about 80 million. That was a fairly large program to deal. So if you can imagine, our capital program is worth, you know, 20 odd million dollars in works or something like that. So we're beyond that value now. If council was happy via the chief executive officer, look, we have had discussions. I think it's probably at the stage where we do come back to council in the new year and make some recommendations on how we approach our capital program. Mindful too that we're experiencing delays and impacts of wet weather continually on that capital program as we speak. So there's obviously an impact there. I think it's probably a good opportunity on the back of your question, Councillor, for us to put our hand up early and say which projects could be impacted, which ones do we recommend to defer and carry over, and which ones do you want to put back on for reconsideration next year, which will also, noting that we've got some impact on our financial position continually. So if council was happy with that, we would bring that back via Mark through one of the quarterly reviews or early in the new year to look at some ways to take this forward. And if council's of the priority that it wants to do its flood damage and then prioritise its capital delivery for this year, we'd be very much open to look at some of those strategies over the next, particularly I would say the next calendar year for a program of that size, if that's of assistance.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly, I think it's a bit of a risk, to be honest, to be investing in our capital works program or trying to deliver that on top of the Reaper program, and I would certainly welcome some more information about that. I'm just mindful of that bigger picture in terms of our asset management principles and how deferring or shifting our capital works program, you know, you still have a period to catch up on. So I'm really keen to look at the bigger picture in terms of how this all, from a strategic point of view over the coming years, how we could possibly catch up and deliver on that capital works program, because we have made commitments to our community that those roads are due for renewal. So yeah, very keen to have that conversation in the new year. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilkins.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wonder, can you just explain to me a little bit about contractors who come in to do the work, because how that all works really is what I'd like to know. The reason I'm asking is because I was having a conversation with someone who told me that their brother or someone worked for a contracting firm on the coast, and they were finishing a job there, and they were didn't have any other work on it. And I said, I think that South Burnett has work, and they told me that they couldn't find anything. So if you just tell me how they apply.
Yeah, so if you're aware of any contractors that are looking to do some work, I would encourage them to get in contact with our procurement team led by Louise. They can register with us as a supplier. We have a number of pre-qualified panels within council for civil contractors. They don't necessarily have to be local to be on there. We do use locals obviously as a preference, but sometimes locals don't have the capacity to do that. A bit like the councillor's question before, if you've got someone like Jesberg's, they're up to a capability, and then after that there may be some shortages, so that's when we will go outside the region to make those things. The big thing is what they need to look at is if they have a chat with their procurement team, they can tell them what the requirements are. So they do need to be pre-qualified for workplace health and safety insurance and all those sort of things. One of the things we do when we go out to market will depend on the type of works that we're doing and the experience of the works that we're looking at too. So a lot of times for the larger stuff on the flood damage, we will use main road standards or equivalent standard, just so that we've got a benchmark to work to. So a lot of times, a lot of contractors you'll see, they're unable to resource that level, but they might do earthworks and desilting drains and those sort of things. So there's a variety of works to do. I think the big thing is, if we're coming back and on the back of our discussion we just had a minute ago, I think there's an opportunity for us to look at how we resource our flood damage program over the next 12 months, and then we can look at what opportunities are there, and if we need to source more contractors, we can definitely go further afield. I would just note to council too that we're in a fairly volatile market at the moment. A lot of our neighbours are competing for the same resources as well. I think Gympie's program is substantially larger than ours, obviously, for a variety of reasons. But looking at the pipeline of work, I think that they're talking the state government's got 52 billion or something like that over the next 4 years. So it's a lot of money. I think I read that somewhere in a paper. But when you look at those sort of numbers, everyone's competing at the moment, which is very difficult. So, and also pushes the market up as well to make sure we get value.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The particular person that I'm talking about is actually a local from our area. However, when I say a local, they're not working in the area. They're actually just finishing a job in Noosa, and apparently a fairly big job. So, and it was just that, as I said, I didn't speak to them themselves, but I just wondered if there was somewhere. So I'll pass that information that they can go through Louise. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just want to extend on Councillor Shoemaker's comments. I've said in the past that I don't think we've got a hope in hell of doing our capital program, and I personally think that we need to concentrate on the road network and bring it up to standard and improve the network as best we can with the Reaper and all that sort of stuff before we start deciding on building new roads and all that sort of stuff and continuing that. So I fully endorse what Councillor Shoemaker said for the fact that we do need to have this discussion sooner rather than later, because it will impact everything that we do moving forward in our road network. But I think we need to concentrate on fixing the issues at hand rather than creating new roads before we go any further. So fully endorse those comments. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a bit of clarity to you, Manager Aaron, in relation to roadworks. It states here on Recreation Drive, River Road and Wilson's Road, it says reconstruct unbound granular base. And it goes on to say a little different in each of those categories. But can you just elaborate on, we get asked all the time about our road work and what's happening and how we classify it, but reconstruct unbound granular base excludes seal, bitumen, spray seal, two-coat, rock protection, repair with flowable concrete. This is on page 30, Recreation Drive. Repair with flowable concrete, heavy formation grading, incorporating 50 mil of imported material. Can you just elaborate on just that phrase of reconstruct unbound granular and what the bitumen, spray, seal, repair with flowable concrete and heavy formation grading, well, we know what that is, but just those first couple of sentences in that. Recreation Drive, Wilson's Road states similar, and River Road also states similar. Page 30 and 31. Kev, thank you.
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's probably a little bit technical, and we can change the wording there, but essentially it is rehabilitation of a failed pavement. So it's digging out the existing base material and replacing that, and that's essentially what it is. In terms of the rock protection, that's referring to there's likely a scouring issue, and typically we're using rock protection to address those sorts of issues. Repair with flowable concrete, again, that's likely related to that rock protection. Again, we've got scouring issues, and flowable concrete is generally a method that's used. And then, yeah, further on down, our heavy formation grading, which is fairly standard for unsealed roads. But certainly the top sentence there is relating to essentially what we're calling a dig out, so digging out the pavement and replacing.
Thank you, Manager. Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? No. Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all.
Mr. Mayor, could I move a procedural motion, please, that item number 14.2, questions on notice for infrastructure, can that be brought forward into the from 6.2 down to 6.8 somewhere to discuss that? And the reason being that the staff would have to sit here all day and wait until the questions on notice. They can go back and continue their work in their offices if that's possible.
Yes. Mr. CEO, you're comfortable with that? if we put that to the floor? Okay, so we've had that moved that that 14.2 be escalated up as the next item to be addressed after 6.8 as part of the section 6 of the agenda. Do we have a seconder? Yeah, Councillor Potter, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Okay, so we'll go on to 6.2, Kingaroy CBD, smoking restrictions, community consultation at 38. We might start with you. Thank you, General Manager.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So this is in relation to the smoking feedback that council got. So we went out for two things in relation to the Kingaroy CBD. One was in relation to parking. Now that parking report will come to the next standing committee. We're currently working through some of our powers and legislative requirements that we need to review to enforce parking in the CBD. So we want to make sure we're giving council the right advice on what that pathway looks forward. So that report will be coming to that one. In relation to the smoking, so we went out with a survey, and you'll see the survey that went out in the attachment. I think it's in attachment 1. Which shows the survey, and I think most of the businesses have seen it, the councillors have seen it as well. And we also put that form out to the businesses directly to provide their feedback. Stacey walked the streets with Luke and came back and picked those forms up. Some of the businesses didn't respond to the smoking issue, which is fine. They chose not to. And then we put the survey up online as well, and residents in the community could make a submission in relation to that as well for their feedback. Those comments are located in, I think it's attachment 2. But where I draw council's attention, so just on page 40, there's a summary there that we've built to basically give council a snapshot of what that information looks like, so that, you can see what that data is. So if you look at that there, we had, of the local businesses, we had 24 say they support introduction of additional smoking restrictions. 17 said no, and then we had 15 non-responses. In the community, it was basically 49, 51%, so it was quite split. So, and understand too that it's probably one of I won't say it's a controversial issue, but it's a bit of an emotive issue, which is a new thing that's obviously coming out across the board. So where councils are looking at that interest. So our recommendations based on that, so there's 2 parts. Council, if council was to proceed to implement further smoking bans in its CBD, our legal advice is that we would need to introduce a local law to do that. So you need to, you've got 2 acts there. One is called the Tobacco and Other Smoking Products Act 1998, which basically is the Queensland smoking laws. Underneath that, a local government can make a local law to give itself further powers to introduce smoking bans throughout the CBD. Now, that will take probably 6 to 12 months if council was to do that. So now I'm mindful of, I believe Peter's group is looking in the future of doing a local law review across its local laws, is my understanding at some stage. So our recommendation to council after we read the feedback and based on the comments that we have, the primary issue that we see in the CBD, and I see it myself, is the non-compliance with the smoking laws as they are now. Okay, so which means you can't smoke within 5 metres of an entrance, you can't smoke within 5 metres of a cafe or whatever it is. And a lot of the feedback that we've got from businesses, they don't want people smoking near their door. Now, introducing additional bans won't stop that. Actual compliance with the Smoking Act, they should stop that now. I keep in mind too, the council can't introduce any additional powers that would duplicate the Smoking Act. So you can't make a restaurant under local law to do that. It already exists. So if you read through those, it's quite a detailed thing. I would encourage people to if they want to know more, to actually go online and read some of the notes in relation to that. So our recommendation to council, and I'll just talk through these if I may, Mr. Mayor, that signage be installed where appropriate to reinforce the current smoking restrictions in the CBD. And I think there's probably an opportunity for council to look at that across all of its CBD areas. Queensland Health will actually give you free signage to put in your CBD or in your places to reinforce smoking restrictions. So when you have al fresco areas, so like the ones that we have there, the structures, or we have seating in Blackbutt in those areas there, we can actually put additional signage through that. I'm not proposing that we cover the CBD in signage. I think that goes away from it. But where we have a constant issue or an issue where we're not seeing regular compliance, we can put that to encourage that, particularly where we've got places where we don't want people to smoke in large areas would be ideal. The second part of that is that council restrict all of its structures and open spaces in the Kingaroy CBD that meet the requirements of the Tobacco and Other Smoking Products Act 1998. Now, with that, what I mean is, so we've got new structures in Glennon Street. We will need to have a discussion with Queensland Health, which brings me to my next point, to actually review council's infrastructure. Some of the legislation is a bit ambiguous around what the structures are used for or what an open space is used for. What I would suggest to council is if we have any infrastructure in the CBDs that meets the requirements under that act, so council can classify it as an eating area because we've got picnic tables and chairs there, I'm suggesting to council that you would take the opportunity to restrict smoking in those areas as a minimum. One of the ones I'll talk about too is, so across the road here, we've got the Roger Nunn Park. There's actually a smoking bin that was placed there. You can't smoke that close to the to that playground when you actually review it. So what I'm saying is council would do a sweep through its infrastructure with Queensland Health and make anything that fits underneath that, under that law, we would install signage to encourage people not to smoke there. So that's what the intention of that one is. The next one is that we would engage with Queensland Police and Queensland Health to enforce the law where possible. Now, mindful too, Queensland Police don't have onuses of resources around the CBD to walk the CBD. They're very, very busy. By that, what I mean is the primary responsibility to enforce that legislation rests with Queensland Health. So the public health officers are the ones who issue fines with that. They can receive assistance from Queensland Police Service. So the way I would take that forward is that I'm not talking large patrols through the CB, that we know that that won't happen. What I'm suggesting there is where we do have constant issues at a period of time, we would engage with the local inspector in Queensland Health to look at what spot check or at least some sort of compliance that can be implemented in the CBD. Again, and where I'll come to this one here is there's no point in council extending its restrictions if we can't get the current Queensland smoking laws enforced in the CBD. So we would be looking to do that. And then the last one there is council, if it does a local law review further that it may develop a local law in the future as part of that process to give you the power to enforce further restrictions if you want to. It might be 12, 18 months down the track or something of that nature, depending on how it goes. The main thing is, I think, if we can look to work with Queensland Health to try to encourage or, at least achieve some level of compliance in the CBDs, that will go a long way to solving those issues. And particularly if we can put in additional signage to reinforce where we may have some issues that people comply with that legislation as well. So that was my suggestion based on the feedback. As an officers, we think that's a good compromise and a good start to try and make that work. So,
Yeah, thank you very much for that comprehensive report, General Manager Meehan, and for all the work that your staff have done. I know you've been very busy out there consulting the community on this one. So committee, we had that recommendation there from our team. Do we have a councillor who's prepared to move that to get it started? Yeah, Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Potter, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, this was actually quite a bit of an eye-opener to me because I didn't realise some of the laws regarding smoking. So I actually found it very interesting with regards to the laws and the non-compliance we have in our town. But can I say this? It's actually right across the South Burnett. So I think the GM's idea of signage right across the CBD right across the CBD and throughout the South Burnett is a great idea, and I would like to see that happen. I realise that if we do make a local law, we've got to look at compliance then too, and I don't think we've got the staff or the funding to do something along those lines, or whether if we do make a local law through you, Mr. Mayor, to GMO May, is that something, if we make a local law, do we have to do the compliance on that, or is that done through Queensland Health still?
No, I can answer that one through you, Mr. Mayor. So if you extend under your powers, you will need to use your own public health officers to comply. We obviously had some feedback from discussions we've had with some people that compliance is not an easy thing to achieve, and there are some risks in that too. So some people might get a little bit upset about that. You might be at the stage. Our advice is that if we were to use our own officers and we did have some difficulty, then we would need to request Queensland Police Service accompany them on some of those issues. So it's not I don't think that's a quick fix to use that, and also a resourcing issue that we would have to look at. if that answers.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, General Manager. Further speakers, Councillor Erkins.
Yeah, I would definitely like to see that across the South Manette. I know that in Nanango, many people have an issue walking past a corner where everyone is out smoking and you've got to walk through that, pretty heavily smoked area. But one of the things, I don't know whether it would be council or maybe through the local chambers and the tourist information in Nanango, that if we actually write to some of the businesses suggesting that they have areas set aside for their staff who smoke, because I find quite often it's staff who are out sitting in Nanango in those structures. So whether the businesses have an area for their staff to be able to smoke somewhere out the back so that people are not having to walk through. I don't know, as I said, whose responsibility or whether we can suggest that happens, because that is a definite issue as well.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll go to Councillor Shoemaker shortly. Before we do, Acting General Manager Peterson, in your area, in terms of, we do have a local law review programmed in the 23-24 budget, I think, don't we, in our operational plan? Would that be the time that you'd see that it would be picked up as part of that local law review? Thank you,
That's right.
AGM. Thank you.
Peter has just made note to me to mention that the local law review is earmarked for inclusion in the actual 23-24 operational plan. So council will need to consider that when you're developing your operational plan for 23-24. So it's not something that we're about to embark on now. It's for consideration in 23-24.
Thanks for clarifying, Acting General Manager. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I've read over the report, certainly some interesting mixed feedback and feelings about this issue. The way I see it, we're actually proposing that council gets better at communicating the actual laws to the community, and in hopes that people will have a clearer understanding and comply with those laws. I've been over some of the resources on the Queensland Government website, and it's pretty clear that as per the Act and legislation, that what we're proposing isn't actually outside the actual laws of any community in Queensland. It very clearly states online that there is no smoking at or within 5 metres of places such as bus stops, taxi ranks, and ferry terminals. We certainly don't have any of those. Facilities in national parks, it says picnic tables, toilet blocks, barbecues, visitor information centres, roof shelters. I'm sort of looking at some of these things just thinking that really the rules are already in place. It's just purely that we haven't communicated them before. And I really do agree with Councillor Erkins and Councillor Potter's point that it's something that if there is free signage available through Queensland Health, I think we should be putting up those signs. I'm also very mindful, coming from a family of members who, much to my disappointment and constant harpering, do actually smoke. And I do know how hard it is for them in public spaces to find places to do that respectfully and within the rules. So probably my only thinking in relation to the recommendation is that we look at investigating what an appropriate designated space might look like in a CBD across the region. And I know I've had a bit of a look around it myself, and it's very hard to find a place where you are actually 5 metres from any shopfront, any eating facility, any our new alfresco areas. So my thinking is the only real place that could possibly be an option would be our off-street car parking, and that would have to be an appropriate distance away from businesses as well. So I'm very mindful of that, particularly those businesses like Little Italy that back onto the back of Alfred Street car park. I don't know what the solution is, but I'm very mindful that I don't want to create friction or division in our community. And I can see from some of these comments, there's there's some very emotive comments around being discriminatory, and the reality is, I guess I just wanted to reassure the community that from what I've read in the report and the research that I've done, this really is just about making sure the rules are communicated to our community and allowing people to be better informed in that regard. I think in terms of our grand vision, which is to activate all community spaces, to create, our vision for livability, and to create towns in which, the way they look and feel really does matter in terms of attracting investment. I think this is a really important one of many steps that council's taking just to clean up some of these activities. I would very much like to see as an immediate action that smoking receptacle out the front of this park across the road here, the Roger Nunn Park, removed. Time and time again, I walk that footpath and it's actually been emptied all over the playground, all over the wall, or all over the place, and that's not good enough, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'm fully supportive of the motion. My only recommendation with the leave of Councillor Potter and Erkins would be that we do consider investigating what designated areas might look like in our towns and CBDs, because the reality is, and some of the feedback that we've had from even the shopping mall, was they're concerned we're going to concentrate some of this activity in their footprint, and they're already struggling to enforce the rules.
Thank you, Councillor. Kimberley's just got that item 5 there. Are you happy with that, Councillor Potter? Councillor Erkins? Comfortable if we add that as another item to address? Yep. We're comfortable with that. Thank you. So we've got that there now. Any further speakers before we go? Councillor Jones?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I've heard everything that has been said, and I don't disagree with what has been said, but from somebody that's experienced this firsthand, owning a hotel and working right through from when the restrictions came in, you will divide a community with whatever you do here, and I can assure you that the smokers of the world that choose to smoke, and my opinion on this is if they don't want people smoking, ban tobacco altogether, but they will never do that because they make too much money out of it and the government uses that money. So it will never happen, but they want everyone else to take the brunt and make all the decisions about directing people like cattle and sheep around the community and all that. Now, once you start, I don't think that it's up to the council as far as that added thing there to decide where a designated smoking area is. I believe, and I'm happy to be corrected, but that comes down to the Queensland Health and all that sort of stuff. The businesses have to identify that themselves. Now, the council may be able to do that. I don't know. I'm happy to be corrected on that. But this is a very contentious issue, and these people that smoke believe that they've been discriminated against. They did when they first come in, and they still do now. The people that I talk to, they still hold a grudge against the government for forcing all this designated smoking areas and all that sort of stuff. And when it comes to policing them, and General Managers touched on it, the Queensland Police have got far more important things to be out there checking on somebody that's got a cigarette or whatever. They've got heaps of stuff to concentrate on. The Queensland Health, keeping in mind that they've got to go across the whole of the state, 77 different councils, and if they all ask the same thing of Queensland Health, that's going to be a major thing for that. Now, if we bring in our own laws, we've got to make staff available. I don't know how we fit that in the budget. So this is something, I fully support it, but I'm just putting it out there that you will get kickback and you will get plenty of it. There will be plenty of it. And they will come hard and fast because the people that smoke, they have an opinion. And sometimes it gets a little bit more serious than just the normal person that doesn't smoke. So as long as we're prepared for what comes back, how you implement this, I don't know. Signage, I'm happy to put signage up and all that. How you enforce that or what you do, it's up to the individual to take pride in what they do and how they operate through the CBD. Unless you're going to be like overseas and fine people for dropping cigarette butts and all that sort of stuff, I think you're flogging a dead horse. It's going to be hard. Me personally, let's see where this Queensland government or the health committee and all this sort of stuff, there's talk about changing rules and implementing all that sort of stuff. Do we let them do it? Do we lead the way and try and show leadership and all that sort of stuff? This will create divide in the community. I'm telling you, there is a lot of smokers still out there. And unless they ban smoking altogether, you will never get rid of the smokers and the cigarette butts and the people wanting to smoke. They want the right to go out to a hotel, they want the right to go to a restaurant and all that sort of stuff, and they want the right to go somewhere and have a cigarette. Freedom of choice. How we implement that and how we deal with that, I don't know, but I'm just putting it out there. That's the other side of the story, so make sure we're ready. There'll be plenty of kickback if we start doing this sort of stuff.
Thanks for raising that, Councillor Jones, and of course that's what our chamber's about, isn't it? Getting different perspectives on this from the community. I think Councillor Jones has raised some good points that I can see councillors are wanting to perhaps respond to. But before we do, General Manager Meehan, your thoughts around some of those concerns?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, hearing the comments there, so I think everyone wants to achieve the same thing. And I'm happy to be corrected by the council. We're looking to encourage people to smoke in an area which lessens the impact on businesses. So to do that, and you're right, you can't introduce a designated outdoor smoking area in a CBD without law. So I just got the guide here, and it might whether the council wanted to consider a change of wording. So there is a guide available for local government. So a couple of strategies is that you comply. So we're actually following some of the things in there, and it's a lot of it's around messaging to tell people where they can and can't smoke. One of the key ones there is that they recommend that you place infrastructure where you encourage people to smoke, if that makes sense. So if council was happy maybe to change or consider changing that wording, that council's place infrastructure within its CBDs that minimises the impact of smoking and encourages compliance. So by that, we've got a fair idea where people, so what you would do normally is where you see people who smoke and they lawfully can smoke there, we place infrastructure there which encourages more people to go to that area, particularly in the off-street car parks and those sort of things. Without, obviously, we won't want to stick one outside someone's door, but if we place infrastructure where it encourages, and we've had this discussion, we're starting to have this discussion with the hotels in the CBD as well. Spoke to one of the hoteliers the other day about where they might place their smoking infrastructure, and you know, we come to the agreement that people are going to sit outside that hotel and smoke at some point. So we might as well put infrastructure which minimises the impact on their business and also gets them away from their patrons as well. So if council was happy to, I probably, if council was happy to remove the first part of that one, because I don't think council can introduce designated outdoor smoking areas in CBD, but council place infrastructure that encourages compliance with the Tobacco and Other Smoking Products Act 1998 and minimises the impact on CBD businesses. If council was happy, that's just a suggestion, Mr. Mayor. I think that may meet the intent of everybody.
You happy with what we've got there, Aaron? Did you want to add anything to that item 5?
I'll just put that encourages compliance with smoking laws, with Queensland smoking laws, and minimises impact on businesses.
And leave it at that, General Manager?
Yeah, if the council was happy with that. Yeah, by minimise it, people are still going to get smoke blow down the street through their door. That's law, and lawfully you can do that if you're 6 metres away. It's around probably, again, we've got a number of places around the CBD, in all CBDs where we can put it just off the street. I look at the park over near the KTP office, which is fine. There's multiple people that go and they actually come off the street and they're the only ones who use it. So, you know, it's probably a good opportunity for them to, and keep it tidy, I suppose.
That's been a good discussion, hasn't it, about respecting the needs of people who do choose to smoke and accommodating those, yeah. This is a very important issue for our community, and so I'm going to just probably stretch the rules a bit and just allow anyone, other councillors that wanted to add anything further, because Councillor James has raised some additional issues here. Councillor Erkins? Yeah.
Yep, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think one of the main issues for me is people's health, and it's not about whether someone has a right to smoke or has a right not to smoke. I understand that it is people's right to smoke. However, if someone is not a smoker and they have issues, they also need to be protected. And I don't think there would be any smoker who would willingly or knowingly put someone life, quite often their life at risk, you know. I think it's something that a lot of people don't think about. And as to stopping smoking, the number of people who smoke now is the percentage is much, much lower than when they first brought in, where you couldn't smoke in pubs and you couldn't smoke here and there. So the percentage of people who smoke is a lot less. And also, I think if you asked a lot of smokers, I would say that the majority of smokers would like to give up smoking. Smoking is an addiction, and you know, most people acknowledge when they ask smokers that it's bad for their health. So I think it's a matter, like lots of things that we do, of selling why we're doing it. We're not doing it because we want to be, you know, telling people what they can and can't do. We really want to be looking after the health of our community, being respectful to those people who do still smoke, but, you know, pointing out that there are people who have health issues, and it is in the best interest of our community not to put them at risk by having people smoke around them.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll go to Councillor Shoemaker and then back to Councillor Duff. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree, it's been a wonderful conversation. And to be honest, I used to actually pull beers in the Yarraman pub when you could still smoke in a pub, and I can remember my eyes watering and having to wash my hair every night before I went to sleep because the smell was quite overwhelming. Look, I've had a good look through the feedback here, and just a few points I'd like to point out. You know, I absolutely agree with the change to item number 5, and that was my full intent. Let's put infrastructure in place that enables people to make those choices about if they want to be smokers, where they can do it in a manner that doesn't impact on other users of the CBD and certainly our small businesses, because in the conversations I've had with them, they're front of mind. I'm thinking about our retail businesses in the CBD whose front doors have to be open. The reality is, if their front doors are closed, and I've seen this with Sports First in conversations I've had with Kath, new shop front looks beautiful, but if the door's closed, people seem to think they're not open. If their doors are wide open and people are smoking on the bench out the front, the smell wafts through the shop, and I've had businesses like the chemist, Barry Lonsdale, who has got people in there saying this happens to him regularly, actually saying, I don't want a seat in front of my shop because people are going to sit there and smoke. But the reality is he needs a seat at the front of his shop because there's a hell of a lot of people with disabilities and elderly people who a walk around the CBD without a seat has been a real challenge. So it's been wonderful to see that infrastructure go in. Thank you, GM Meehan. Just a couple of points. It says in some of the feedback, you know, it actually says here we should have a designated smoke area. It says people are supposed to be within 5 metres. Somebody's commented that no smoking signage may help. It's about taking a sensible approach to the issue. Enforcing current legislation on distance and location because it's flouted and there's no repercussions. I think make it non-smoking on all footpaths is what somebody says. Nobody wants to see somebody stop smoking or move on if they're not following the laws. There's a lot of concern here around how it's going to be policed. The reality is all of that is completely out of our hands. It's already state legislation. It's already a requirement. So I don't see this as anything new or different to what's currently already written in legislation. It's just doing a review of our CBDs and identifying and making it easier for people to know with, I guess, that grand vision of creating vibrant spaces for our community. So I really appreciate the time and effort everyone's gone to having this conversation and to try to make it easier on our community. But the reality is this is already the law, and partnering with Queensland Health for that signage seems like a good idea to me.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just think that it's unfortunate that we couldn't have had the designated smoking areas, because I know when I go to community events and there's a designated smoking area, the people there feel very comfortable because they feel like that's a place where they can actually go and know that they're compliant, because I feel the same as what Councillor Jones has said, that people feel like they're lepers because they smoke, because they're not really sure what and where they're meant to go. And if there was a designated area, or if you want to use that wording, but that people would feel comfortable about that, because they feel the same as when you have a community function and you've got that designated area, they're relaxed because they know that that's fine and everybody there is a smoker. I 100% support however we can do it to have that designated area, or just put the infrastructure in to make it that that's the area that you go, because then people would feel comfortable about it. And I think that that's the bottom line. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. General Manager Meehan, your response?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So one of the other parts of that is we can introduce signage. So what they actually write here is that well-placed and well-designed cigarette butt bins to help guide the movement of smokers and reduce the exposure of secondhand smoke. So if there's a possibility, we would be more than happy to introduce some signage that might encourage people where to go in the CBD, and that I think will solve. And I agree with you. I think I've got no issue with smokers at all in that sense. I think the issue for the people that do the right thing, they try to do the right thing. It's the ones that are doing the wrong thing, either deliberately or through not, like I said, they don't understand the laws. If we can introduce some signage to say, if we put a no smoking, and then on some of the key areas, we can then put a sign below it that says, here's where the designated smoking bins are, and then you're not introducing a doser, you're just highlighting people where to go. So,
Thank you, General Manager. Yeah. Let's go to Councillor Potter. If there's nothing further, councillors, be happy to go to Councillor Potter to close the debate. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, everyone's had some really good points to bring forward. You're right, we don't want to segregate, but I do like the idea of the infrastructure in certain areas. I think that's a brilliant idea, and thank you for bringing that forward, GM Meehan. And I do agree with Councillor Erkins with what she was saying with regards to the health issues, but there's also, I couldn't afford to smoke, to be quite honest. It's so bloody expensive, but, maybe this is something we can look into as a community, and, maybe partner with Queensland Health and trying to get maybe some workshops for people that do smoke. I don't know, maybe we can help our community in that way. But also, I do, with Councillor Shoemaker, she mentioned that we've already got the Queensland laws, so let's just work with them. So if that being the case, we probably don't even need to do, I'm thinking whether we even need to do local laws if we're just working with the state legislation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I might just go, I'm sorry, I missed Councillor Henson, but General Manager, local laws, we've got that in there. Would we still want to sweep this up as part of our local law review, though, even though there are very clear state regulations on this?
well, through you, Mr. Mayor, if you leave it in there, it gives you opportunity to review it. When you do your local law review, you may say yay or nay. So I think you'd be safe to leave that there and review it in when that project's run.
Thank you, General Manager. Sorry, Councillor Henson, we'll just quickly get Councillor Henson's
Thank you, Mr.
input, and then
Mayor.
we'll wrap it
Just
up.
quickly,
Yes.
We have pages and pages of comments here which are interesting. They go from hell no to you've got to be joking, and the list goes on. And as Councillor Jones, I can recall when the laws first came in, at a hotel you could stand at the bar and smoke, to then you had to stand on 5 feet away from the bar, to then you had to go outside, to now you're virtually banished from out in the footpath or out in the wilderness. People will choose to smoke. I think you'll find in exactly what's happened over time, smoking has dwindled, and it's dwindled because of the rules, and the community will impose that themselves over time, which has happened in the last 20 years. I think, as Councillor Potter has alluded to, the cost of smoking, I think, will slowly creep up on families and communities and people. It will be too expensive to, and they'll change their ways and their habits. I look around the room and I see people that once were smokers that don't smoke anymore, and we still have smokers in amongst us. I also note that in this chamber, us as councillors, I don't think any of us smoke. I haven't seen anybody smoke, which is, I think, a pretty proud thing we should be very proud of. Bring your attention at some stage to Reed's Rockhampton Council. They have a policy and a smoke-free zone in their council. Now, to implement that would have been massive, but they did, and they've worked along with it. And I think this, as it stands, and as we've all alluded to, the current rules and regulations that are in, I think with what's happening in our towns and our communities, the communities will enforce it in some shape or form. Whether we put signage up, that's a great idea. Queensland Health and the directives along that, but I think in time, and health, as Councillor Erkins has alluded to, people are more aware of their health, and certainly now with the cost of it, I think happy as this stands here now, and Manager Meehan, as you stated there, I think we can work with this, and the community will as well. Great to see the feedback that's come here, and it's probably 50-50 in the responses in these pages and pages. Some are quite funny in how they've responded to that. But that being said, it's been a great feedback, and the comments have been appreciated to read through. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. It's been a productive debate. Thank you, everyone. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Yes, that's been carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 6.3 are minutes of the Traffic Advisory Committee meeting, known as the TAC, which was held on the 13th of September 2022. Councillors, there can be found at page 51 on our agenda, where we have a recommendation that the committee note and receive the attached minutes from the Traffic Advisory Committee meeting. Do we have a mover? Councillor Jones, seconded Councillor Henshin. Any speakers? Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 6.4 is Walter Road, Park Bollards at 58. And General Manager to you, and welcome Manager Darcy. We might go straight to you. Thank you, Manager Darcy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Walter Road Park Bollards report is presented to the committee for review, and it's around trying to update the chamber as well around the progress of the TMR, or the main roads project for high-risk roads out on Walter Road and the Diagula Highway. This particular package of works is the urban component of their road safety program that they've delivered over the last couple of years between Kingaroy and Nanango. And this particular element is around the section north of around the Bunnings entrance all the way up to the Knight Street roundabout. In particular, this report focuses more on the section up to River Road, right at the southern end of that particular section. And the opportunities there are in facilitating a number of intersection upgrades. So a number of us would be aware of the issues around trying to turn into Harris Road, with it being a fairly higher order council road, and having to pull off on the shoulder there. So this project looks to implement a designated turn lane. And then as you head north from Harris Road, you have Evelyn Street and Prince Street. They're more or less looking to provide sealed, widened shoulders to help allow those movements to continue along the highway as you head north. So in the attachments in the report, I've tried to provide some snapshots of diagrams to support what that will look like in the future, as well as part of that project is around understanding that the rail corridor has become vacant as a lot of tree removal that's occurred through there, and that is around to facilitate a lot of service realignments that needed to come off the shoulder of the road to help provide those that footprint of road. Unfortunately, there's a number of challenges in achieving that, and hopefully the community's probably observed that in recent times as well with some of the works, particularly up at the Knight Street intersection, and in the coming weeks we'll also be witnessing water main realignment through there as well. So in order to advance the bollard item is around, we are looking at trying to extend the landscaping through there, continuing the treatment off the shoulder of the road, and really trying to provide that avenue of trees that has partially been implemented along the corridor there, coming in along the Diagula Highway. So yes, there is been tree removal in order to create opportunity with the built services, but at the same time it's around trying to reinstate a lot of that natural feel that was once there and putting it in a location that will hopefully meet the needs of the community and also provide a visual opportunity for tourists to enjoy as they come into town. So this report is here to really update council and yes, thanks, Aaron. So just to quantify the amount of trees as well, is that there's 80 trees looking at being implemented in between the Bunnings access all the way up to the River Road intersection. That is that is where we're talking about at this point in time.
Thank you very much, Manager Darcy. And of course, that's in accordance with Council's corporate plan, where we've identified a tree planting strategy. So while we don't have a strategy as such, it's good to see that that's being picked up and embraced as part of this concept. And thank you for your work on what's a very important project for our region. that Walter Road entry into Kingaroy. Committee, we've got the recommendation that the committee note the report. We might get that up and then we can have a discussion. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's certainly exciting to see work has started on this project. I know when I started this term of council, you did drive me around and got me lost in some of the areas around there with Councillor Potter, where we did have a look at where this road corridor was actually going to go, because I was very confused. I think it's exciting to see the work has begun, and I am exceptionally excited that DTMR are talking about replacing some of the trees that they've removed with new ones, because I think that was already something our council had talked about, and it was actually a project under Capital Works, which we had allocated Works for Queensland funding for, but unfortunately had to forego that project in Kingaroy due to other pressing projects across the region. So it's wonderful to see this actually happen, and in hindsight it's probably a much better outcome. My only question was just in relation to the landscaping. So as per the report, it says similar to the outcomes that have been achieved on the Rogers Drive roundabout, and you've mentioned the 80 trees. So do we then provide our recommendations around tree species and the like that have come from, for instance, all the work that's been done on the KTP project? And do we see a landscaping plan, or is that automatically something that DTMR will work on? Like, I'm just very mindful, trees and community get very emotive about trees. So just what's the actual plan, or how does that look in terms of if there is any consultation, or what's the bigger picture?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the question, Councillor. The landscaping was around looking to extend the existing treatment that's out there. So they're the ivory curls that were implemented on the turnouts of Rogers Drive roundabout. You'll also see it as it comes around from Kingaroy-Kuya intersection. There's probably, well over a dozen trees at around, I think they're about 6 metre spacings as they continue up the corridor through there. And it's around looking at trying to extend that all the way through. Ivory curls have been installed in many parts throughout the region, in Anango, working with the previous manager of parks as well. Was certainly a fan of their installation, as well as the team underneath him, and work with them in actually getting those trees installed on the corridor. Our council team actually installed that on behalf of TMR. So we did work with them in achieving that outcome. And so we're looking at trying to extend the current arrangement that we have with Main Roads. That way the financial side there's an opportunity to address that as part of the project, but then working with TMR around getting the outcomes that are important to council, such that we are getting the right species in the right locations, and the maintenance and the watering that needs to be facilitated to make sure that they thrive in the future.
Yeah, thank you for the clarity. I think it's very exciting. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Other councillors? Happy with that? Yeah, thank you, Manager Darcy. And Acting General Manager Peterson, I know we've had some good feedback in Kingaroy from those ivory pearl plantings that have happened out there on Malta Road in recent. But,
I probably don't have any direct feedback from the community. I was just thinking, as you were all talking, we have set up our botanical advisory group. It's probably an opportunity to talk to them and explain to them about the project, and and see if there's any additional input from that group. I mean, we've only just endorsed those members, and that notification is going out to them at the moment. So I'm just not aware of the timeframes of all of these projects. There's lots on the go, but it would be nice just to liaise with that new group and get their feedback as well.
It's a good Acting General Manager, if we could leave that with you to work through with General Manager Meehan and Manager Darcy in terms of engaging with that group. I'm sure Council would be keen to see that happen as part of our process. Yeah, thank you. Any further speakers? We're happy to go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Councillors, it's now 10:09. We've got the Rogers Drive, Kingaroy. Do you think we can wrap that one up in 10 minutes, in 5 minutes? Yeah, go to Rogers Drive. Okay, so we'll move on to 6.5, Rogers Drive, Kingaroy at page 62. Through you, General Manager Meehan, to Manager Darcy. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, mindful of your time. Basically, this report recommends to council. So we've had some inquiries around I know the councillors have as well, whether we go to one way. We have had discussions previously in council prior to this term that some businesses weren't a fan of that. What we're proposing is that James and his team will go directly to the business owners and the landowners and ask them for their feedback. We're offering 3 combinations for them to consider. Do nothing, go to two-way, and also, do nothing as stay in two-way, go one way all the way around. And mindful too that there is a vacant land on the corner there, and so we offer a third option to consult with that landowner around the configuration of that as well. So that's probably where the nuts and bolts of it is. We'll go and ask the question and bring the feedback back to council.
Thank you, General Manager Meehan. So the recommendation is that the committee recommends to council that council seek feedback from Rogers Drive landowners and business operators on the options for traffic within the report. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. A seconder? Councillor Erkins. Speakers? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I've been approached by 2 businesses within the Rogers Drive area to make this a one-way. I do think that it does need further investigation for the pure reasons there are businesses right at the end, which means if you only want to go to that business at the end, like Reece, you've got to go right around. And I think this is going to be a little bit emotive, I think, for some of them, but I think it's something we've got to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And just before we go to other councillors, to make it very clear, this is just about council. Our staff going out and talking to the affected landholders, to the affected businesses. We're not making a decision for the community when I'm watching. This is just a process of going out and getting the feedback. That's all we're doing at this stage. So, Councillor Erkins, thank you.
I'm very conscious of the fact that we definitely need that feedback from those businesses, having been out to the Wandai where they made a decision out there and now, it's changed, people aren't happy with it. So I think it really does need careful consideration. We don't want to do it and then find we've upset half the businesses.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only one question from me, just in relation to option 1, do nothing. It says there are deficiencies in intersection geometry to allow B-double operation throughout the estate. I just wondered, is the road rated for B-doubles or currently, or just probably some clarity in terms of what that actually means?
Here's one. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the question, Councillor. Historically, there's been interest around trying to get B-double operations through Rogers Drive. One of the businesses that has an interest in trying to achieve the one-way operations is around trying to also get the B-double movements through the estate. It is an industrial estate at the end of the day, and it is an area of interest as you come into Kingaroy, as well as the fact that there's a roundabout there to support those movements. It's around understanding that there is some vehicle configurations beyond a semi-trailer that have some business interest tied to it with efficiency. So it is an item that needs to be considered as part of the consultation, and we're happy to work that in as part of the engagement with the businesses there. So it is around understanding what the roads look like in order to still achieve what is business as it stands, but also being able to understand that have our eyes open to accommodating for future business interests out there too, given there is a fair bit of vacant land there still. And it's.
I think that's got to be a real priority of the discussions around those semi-trailer movements and, opportunities for B-doubles. I can see in some of the investigative work that I've done through regional development with people who are interested in investing in our region and actually setting up an operation that heavy vehicle manoeuvring has been one of the things, or one of the reasons why they haven't actually brought property on that Rogers Drive roundabout. So I'm very curious to understand what the actual restrictions are and what the future of that estate looks like if we can't get those B-double movements in, what the value of that industrial land really would be. So yeah, I think that sort of understanding will be a very important part of the consultation. particularly for the vacant land owners in that area. I would like to see us actually contact them because clearly they've been trying to sell land and they can't. So very interested in that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, just in relation to the vacant block on the entrance into Rogers Drive, with the development that's proposed or perhaps it may happen there, how then, taking into consideration that if this goes to one way, the direction of traffic, you're coming off the Bunya Highway into that said proposed development on that particular block, there'd have to be a turning lane there. You could create some serious congestion there, I would have thought, and this is thinking well ahead, as in that proposal on that particular block. The implications to that could certainly be detrimental to that being made one way in some shape or form. If there's not another laneway come off that highway to enter that particular development, you then, I would suggest, have to look at going around the roundabout and back out on Bunya Highway, or go around the roundabout into Rogers Drive to enter that property. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration there as well, that that's something that could happen with that development further down the track.
Yeah, through Mr Mayor, yeah, all good points, Councillor Henson. We'll make a note of that, and also we'll make sure that we add into the B double conversation and combinations that may be used by any of those blocks through there, and what that looks like. So, and any stacking issues, James will obviously work with our development team to review that configuration, and when we come back to council, we can have a discussion around what that might look like for some of those areas.
Thank you, General Manager Meehan. Thank you, Councillor Henson. Councillor Potter, anything to wrap up, conclude the debate? Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to the vote. Those in... Oh, sorry, Councillor Jones?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I just want to ask the question and just get it added. The actual road inside Rogers Drive Industrial Estate is not currently built to B double standards. So if we start putting B doubles in there, same as what we had in Wandai, we're going to have to upgrade it. Is that correct, General Manager?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. So to answer your question and probably the councillors earlier, it is 19 metre semis only, so it is not designed for B doubles. However, what we'll do as part of that report when we come back, and also when we talk to businesses, and before we go to consultation, if we were to upgrade to B doubles, can that be achieved through the one-way combination? And if there is an increase into B doubles, if there's an impact on infrastructure, we'll report that to council before we go too much down the road.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Thank you, General Manager. So you'll give that consideration to that issue as part of your report. Thank you. Okay, shall we go? Have we go to the vote? Councillor Potter? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. I'll now move that we adjourn for morning tea. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Jones got the jump on Councillor Henson. Well done. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. That we resume the meeting. Have a seconder? Yep, Councillor Henson, thank you. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Council, I'd just like to move a procedural motion that we escalate item 6.8, Red Tank and Nords Road, RFI, to be the next item on the agenda. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll just get that noted. Thank you, Kimberly. Page 72, yeah. And Councillor Shoemaker seconded. Thank you. Okay, so 6.8 at 72. Right. Okay. So, General Manager Meehan, through you, we might go to Manager Searle. Welcome, Kev, to give us an overview of the report. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So the report, Red Tank Road and Nords Road RFI, so that's the request for information. It's essentially the report is providing a copy of the original request for information that was submitted back in July regarding just some issues on Red Tank Road. There was a causeway, or there is a concrete causeway there, and request for improvements on that. as well as gravel resheeting works required on Red Tank Road and also on Nords Road for floodway improvement. That's essentially the body of the report. Happy to provide some update information if council is interested in terms of our gravel resheeting on Red Tank Road, our flood damage, ongoing flood damage work. We're looking at doing the REPA submission inspection, so the restoration of essential public asset inspection work this month. We have previously done some emergency flood damage work in the preceding months, but we're on to the REPA work now. So that's in train for this month to do the inspections on Red Tank and Nords.
Thank you, Manager. We might just go to page 74. I think that's where the response is there. You can see we've got the 3 issues there responded to. Thank you for providing that response, Manager Searle. Okay, so the recommendation is that the committee note the report. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Jones, secondly Councillor Potter. Speakers, Councillor Jones first. Anything from you, Councillor Jones? No. Councillor Duff, thank you.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move an alternate motion to the recommendation, and I've sent it through.
Okay, that would need to be an amendment, Mr CEO, would it not? Or do we deal with this first and then go to a foreshadowed? We'll go to yours as a foreshadowed, Councillor. So let's deal with this first, and then we'll come back to you after this has been resolved. Okay. So Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly appreciate the report, and I know there's been correspondence received in relation to this. I wondered in terms of, so we've since received a letter from landowners in the area on the 22nd of October, where they raised some very pertinent concerns about the road condition and the impact it's had on their business and their operations. I just wondered where we were at in terms of responding to that letter, and is that part of the REPA investigations that you're proposing?
Sorry, I had too many lights on. Apologies. Through you, Mr Mayor. So Kevin's had previous discussions up there early in the year. Probably for us, obviously we've seen that correspondence come through. And we're aware that we were going to place us on the agenda for council to discuss what it wanted to do with the road. So we're pretty well going to be guided by council on whether you want to accelerate the works up there, or Kevin has highlighted that we've got a REPA submission there to make at the moment, which I think will happen in the next couple of weeks. So essentially, we're going to be guided by council post this meeting on how we respond to the property owners up there to see what you wanted to do.
So, supplementary question, Mr Mayor. So with that REPA submission, we do the inspection and then determine whether it is suitable for flood restoration works, and the timeframe on such would be?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor.
Just to confirm the process and the timeframe, sorry.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. So there's two projects up there. So we have done maintenance there in the last couple of months, and obviously noting in the email that there's been some deterioration of the road with wet weather, which is unfortunate. So there's 2 parts to that. We have a resheet project up there, which is in 23-24, Kev. I think I've got that right, which is our value for that. And we also have a flood damage project up there, which we'll be looking at to do REPA repairs. Now, that REPA repair might only be heavy formation grading, drainage, and those sort of things. It won't be to put gravel on where there was not previously gravel. That would be ineligible. So there's probably two elements to it: what maintenance we're going to do on that network, and also what resheeting we're going to do on there in 23-24. So in Kevin's report, there is a resheeting schedule there for 152,000. I think I've got that right. Yep. Which is on the CapEx program.
Yes, I did read that in the report. Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I read that, so following the REPA submission, because I'm mindful that it says 2023-24 resheeting program. Just to confirm the actual life of a resheet, and when would we have last done when was the last resheet on these roads?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So our average useful life is around 15 years. From memory, if it's not, it's very close to that number in the VAL. So just take that on note, councillor. Some will be obviously less than that. Some might be 7 years. Some might be 5 years. Some might be 20 years, depending on. So that's your average useful life. Just having a look here. In 2018, we did some spot gravelling, heavy formation grading up there, and we've done our patrol grade annually since then. We spent 51,000 up there on 2018 on some gravel works and heavy formation grading as well. So it is serviced in line with your maintenance thing. That's not to say that the road doesn't need additional work. So and that being said too, it may have been some time since it was resheeted. Obviously, if it's 2018 was the last time we did heavy formation, spot gravelling through there and heavy formation grading of a substantial value. Prior to that would be before Kevin and I's time. So obviously it's obviously due for resheeting because if it's due on the schedule, in next year.
So just to confirm, my understanding is with the REPA submission, we would do, QRA would look at the condition of the road and the amount of gravel or what it would have looked at like pre the flood or the impact of the rainfall events. And then if we were to put more gravel back on the road, that would be a betterment project that could happen potentially under the $2 million we've put aside for betterment.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, that's right. So QRA will likely look at gravel loss, but they'll also look at the formation as well. So if there's been a loss of formation, the photos I've seen for that road, the formation is tracking. There's heavy vehicles that have gone through the formation, which, it happens. So that would be a program that we would look at to do there. From a betterment point of view, there wouldn't be a betterment. I think I've got the intent right, councillor. Yeah. If you were to resheet the road, it would come from your money. That's right.
So if we were to bring the resheeting of the road forward by a couple of years, it would have to come from council funds. So we'd either shift a work project off our CapEx program to make room for it, which would mean prolonging another road, or B, look at whether there is provision in that betterment funding to deal with it, or the betterment funding, now I'm with you. Betterment funding was purely just if there was a road that we could prevent from being impacted to the degree that it is by doing some other works in the area into the future, we would.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we do have an allocation of money in there so to do complementary works, which council, in all honesty, has discretion to do what it wishes. Yeah, okay. So I think our intent of that work was to, our understanding of that funding was to try and do, so we didn't, on large scale roads, so there's a number of roads that we're looking at the moment where we wouldn't reconstruct 3/4 of the road and then leave a bit in the middle that was ineligible. Yeah. You could use that money for whatever you wish. It's your money, essentially. So it's not necessarily there to, our understanding was to do complementary maintenance or capital work, do complementary capital works because it's capital funds. Which means, we might be cleaning out additional table drains and those sort of things. So it's your money to do as you wish. It's
our money.
And when I say that, our intent was that council was looking to use that money in good faith to get a common sense solution on a road, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. So just to clarify, the three issues that are raised here, and they're on page 74, and then we'll go to the other councillors. First of all, there's the causeway on Red Tank Road, which the angle of the invert is such that it makes it very challenging for commercial vehicles that use that road to get through. So Manager Searle and I looked at that with some of the residents, as you said, some 12 months or more ago. And what you've identified in the report here, that to design up a basic concept for fixing that would be a $5,000 design cost, and that would then tell us what would need to be done and what would be the cost of the capital works to fix that sharp incline that we've got in the causeway, Kev. The second issue was the gravel resheeting on Red Tank Road. I know when we were out there, we saw that there was sections of Red Tank Road where there is no gravel, and it's back to the to the natural soil, and that's where we're getting that damage. We're getting that sort of slippery surface when it rains. So that was the second part of it. We had there to resheet Red Tank Road. Is anticipated to be programmed in the 23-24 budget at approximately 152,000. And then the third issue was the Nord Road works, which included looking at the floodway there. And we were looking at that could possibly be something to be put forward as part of that flood betterment project. So just wanted to clarify, that's what the staff will provide in the report for everybody, a bit of background there. But okay, we'll go to other councillors, sorry. So Councillor Henson first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, no, Red Tank Road pretty well, and I welcome Mr and Mrs Ian Safirius and Judy to the gallery. I also thank them for their correspondence along with the castles that live down your road as well. My colleagues would be well aware that this has been on our table for some time. Red Tank Road and Nords Road, and I've spoken to our managers in relation to the recent weather events, there's some serious damage there that I'd like to think Reaper would be able to cover. In relation to the castles along the road there, it's washed right down to the edge of the roadway, where the boundary fence is practically gone. There is, I think from memory, 5, maybe 6 causeways going into Dandilla, the property of Ian and Judy Safirius's, which carry a lot of water. They're in the head of our tributaries that all run out to Bundooma Dam, and quite challenging in some of those to get access to those properties. Know only too well, with trucks going in and out there. Many times over the years there's been issues there with not being able to get out and get stuck or, you know, slide off the side of the road because it's so steep. There's 2 quite challenging hills, little hills, and like I said, 7 waterways. I think there's 6 or 7 waterways into that property. So yeah, look, what concerns me with this is $51,000 in 2018 was spent there, which would have been no doubt marvellous at the time. And we've got projected for 23-24, 5 years down the track from when that was last done, an estimated $152,000. My concern is, in that time frame, that's 3 times the cost of what was done there in 2018, not knowing what the scope of that work was. That's 3 times the cost. What's anticipated now? Can we forward project in 23-24 that that's what that's going to be? My fear with a lot of these projects that go, and I know it's all in relation to funding and how we find it and where we spend it. I know Councillor Jones would be cringing in his seat there, but that $152,000, my concern will be $200,000 in 23-24. That $152,000, may I ask the question, how close would we be and what do we get for that $152,000 in resheeting? I know it states there, resheeting program. It'd be nice to think that Reaper could cover a deal of work, and it would also be nice if something could be incorporated when that Reaper works gets done.
Sorry, through you, Mr Mayor, I'll hand to Kevin. So just before I do that though, there's 2 parts to that. With the Reaper will probably do a lot of the formation grading that's been proven to affect that road. And then generally the 152,000 is a pre-estimate of what we would normally put in a schedule for resheeting. The detailed costs would be based on prior to commencement of works. Obviously, that road probably wasn't as affected by rainfall as it is now when that estimate was done last year for last year's budget, because it was actually pushed into the program. Pushed out in the program. So if we were to do works there, it would be a combination of both the Reaper to repair what that is, and then Kevin would come through with a resheet schedule to correct the rest of the road in line with what we were talking before about complementary works, or or what funding source you would use. So I'll just hand it to Kevin for that.
Just to clarify, the 152, it doesn't include the full gravel resheeting of all of Red Tank roads. There's about 2.5 kilometres of encompassing 3 sections of Red Tank, which are primarily at the first half of Red Tank Road, so essentially 0 to 1.795, and then 3.08 to 3.68, and then 3.8 to chainage 4.1. So they were the 3 sections that we were targeting.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on Nords Road, it states here emergency works and reconstruction such as pipe cleaning have been completed. I know I put to our services team the pipe on Nords Road that fell through some time ago. Is that part of that has been fixed?
Through Mr. Mayor, we'd have to take that one on notice. Looking at the correspondence I saw yesterday, I think was sent through to me by another landowner. I don't believe that from that indication of that correspondence that hasn't been repaired. So we'll pursue that if that is an issue, and make sure we follow that up in the next couple of weeks.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, and it's just a simple, would Mr. Safirius be able to nod as to whether that's been seen to? Because Mr. Safirius brought that to my attention in an email some time ago, so just a simple nod, has that been addressed? It's been something. Okay, thank you, that's fine. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ian, for that. Yeah, I think the other thing to be noted there, the drainage, and you talked on it, Manager Meehan, in relation to Red Tank Road, and that Nords Road, I'm pretty sure Reaper will cover that work. I think I sent a photo through to where that's seriously eroded out right up to the roadside edge. A lot of work got to happen there. A lot of something's been carted there to get that back restored, and I believe in the system also the property owner, Mr. Castle, has asked whether he can fence to the boundary and property to the road, so work around that with what's going to happen there, understandably so. So, yeah, certainly a lot of work to do on Nords Road and Red Tank Road, and yeah, we'll see as ask this chamber to consider, and no doubt Councillor Duff is itching to move something here in a minute, so perhaps we finish on that note and move forward, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I touched on this briefly in my portfolio report in regards to a process and how we go through it, and how we prioritise roads over other roads. And I'm not saying, I've been out there and there is some patches of road there that haven't got any gravel on it. There's been comments made here already that we have the opportunity to get the Reaper funding, as well as then have discussions around our capital program and bring money forward if we need to work in and get the full benefit of that, of the ratepayers' money. And we've got the same issue on Hamilton Road, Muir Drive, out at Walsh's Road, there's a pocket there. Glencoe Road, we've got issues all over the South Burnett that are similar and exactly the same as this, and these roads have got to go through a process, and Red Frost have got to go out to get the money that we can, and we need to, on behalf of the ratepayers, try and get as much as we possibly can that doesn't affect the ratepayer budget. Now, if we can get Reaper funding, and it says here quite clearly that these roads are fully affected by flood damage and all that sort of stuff. It's also been mentioned that we have a $2 million allocation for betterment projects. This causeway fits right underneath that. It fits perfectly into that, where we can fix that road with that betterment funding and all that, and we do the work all together. Now, I'll use Hamilton Road for an example. We told the people out there that we're waiting on the Red Frost evaluations and all that to come back, and we'll do all the gravel resheeting and combine it all and do it all together. This road sits exactly under that as far as I'm concerned. And for Councillor Henson, the 152, I'm not cringing at all. If the money that needs to be spent, I don't care whether it's 250,000, it needs to be spent and it's done properly. I don't have any issues with the amount of money that we have to spend to fix a problem. That's not an issue. But the problem, well, it's not a problem that I got, but I just want to highlight the fact that in my portfolio report this morning, I touched on it, that we have roads right across the region that are all fitting into this category. And everybody thinks that they have the worst road in the South Burnett. And that's the problem that we've got to deal with. And I stand here and I don't for 1 minute say to the people that have put the request in that road does not need urgent attention. But we have roads that fit under the same regulations and need of work right across our region. I've mentioned a few, and I could go on with a whole list of more. So I don't have any issues with the fact that it needs money and all that sort of stuff. The report there says quite clearly that it's under investigation from Red Frost. I think that $2 million betterment project can certainly help the results here with the causeway and other works around, and I have no problem in bringing money forward out of our capital works budget if it's available to coincide with Reaper and all that. As Councillor Henson indicated, I'm pretty sure that this road will meet all requirements under Red Frost. So I'm happy, as the recommendation, the committee note the report. I know that this is not what the people want to hear. They want a response yesterday, but I just want to highlight that this road fits into the category of so many more roads across our region. What escalates this one above any others? We're in a process. We've got to wait for the report to come back, And when that report comes back, the money that we receive, and I'm sure we will, then we can work out as a group of councillors on how much or what we do with the staff with that gravel resheeting that is required on that road, because there is patches, as you've indicated, Mr Mayor, don't have any gravel on it at all. But you can name another 50, 100 roads that are in the same situation. So I'm happy with the recommendation that it currently sits. We take it on report, we move forward, we respond, as Councillor Shoemaker said, respond to the people that have requested this information, give them a proper and good explanation and an answer, and then we move forward, wait until the Red Frost has completely done the inspections, and then whatever comes back there, we can work as a group of councillors and work on our capital budget moving forward and put the money that's required in there to fix the problem.
Thank you, Councillor. Just one thing that Councillor Jones raised there, the vertical geometry on the causeway at Red Tank Road, and there is a number of them. There's one in particular, I think, that causes the problem, where it's got a steeper vertical geometry. Councillor, is it possible, as Councillor Jones suggested, that we could use betterment funding, access betterment funding to fix that vertical geometry?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. So we're at the causeway. I think that's an issue that's been going around for a while. Just so from a betterment point of view, you've got the QRA betterment. The money that you have allocated is your capital money. It's not reserved for betterment. It was our understanding was to put there to do complementary works, betterment, maintenance, whatever you wanted to do on a road. So we didn't leave a half-assed road to put the technical term out there with our repair. So you can use that money. So if you wanted to upgrade the culvert, you can use that money. It's not. You can use that money to clean drains. You can use that money to replace pipes. Whatever you want. It's your capital. That was our understanding, that we were going to use that money so that we didn't leave a half job on the road. So at the end of the day, you can allocate capital to it. Or my only thoughts on that one is that I would like us to probably scope that design. So that's not a detailed design for $5,000. That is a scoping design to go through and do some options on what size culverts, geometry would be needed through there. And then we would move through the detailed design. So I haven't seen the causeway myself. I'd like to know what the number is, because I could be walking you into a $50,000 or $100,000 project. I don't know. And I'm just being upfront with council. Hence the recommendation was to go through and scope that. But you can scope that with money if you wish.
Thank you, General Manager. But General Manager, the QRA betterment funds, accessing those to do something like this, possibility or not?
Yes. Yeah, sorry, Mr Mayor. So Kevin has just pointed out to me, so if we were to act, we couldn't access that money unless there was a Reaper project on that causeway. So if it's a geometry, you can only access QRA Reaper betterment for flood protection, if that makes sense. Sorry.
Yeah, so we could use some of the money that we've set aside for betterment, but not QRA money. It wouldn't meet the criteria for that. Okay, good, thank you. Just want to clarify for everybody. Thanks very much. Councillor Erkins, thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. While I understand the situation for these people, every weekend I'm going out and facing landholders with similar issues. And I understand that there are so many people that are in this situation, and I just wouldn't like to have to go back to people that are sitting waiting for their road to be done and say, somebody else's road has gone in before you. I think we do have a system that we have to work through. But just to clarify, also on the betterment, I thought the money that we had set aside was to ensure if there are roads that are always washing out for some reason, that the money that we had set aside would be to improve that, to try and address that problem so it doesn't come up every time. Just to clarify, that was my understanding, the money.
Yeah, through Mr Mayor. So yeah, 100% right. All the councils are right in their use of that money. Betterment, complementary works, additional capital. So we might do a reseal through an area while we're there if we've been doing lots of patches. So you do have the option to use that money. Again, it's your capital money. The idea was to use it on the network for best use. So,
but again, I just want to go over again the fact that every day I've got people from my division coming in. I'm going out and looking at their roads. All I can do is sympathise with them, because I understand that there is a process that has to be gone through. People are telling me they can't get out for so many days when it rains. I mean, it's just, we're really all in the hands of the weather. And, you know, while I fully understand your position, I just know there are so many other people in the same position, and I really think that it has to go through the process. Otherwise, we're seen to be giving priority to some people over others, and we've just got to make sure that, you know, we've got our program, we need to be working and sticking to that program.
Thank you, councillor. Just one thing, councillor raised there. Sorry, with the causeway again, the $5,000, General Manager. If council was to say, well, look, out of that $2 million that we've got, we'll use $5,000 to do the scoping. You said it's just a basic scoping. If council then proceeded to do the works, could we capitalise that $5,000 so it doesn't further add to our deficit?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Mayor. So you can allocate that money just like you would do in any other quarterly review to any other project that you like. It's that would fit the criteria of that. And to be honest, like it would be a matter of us going through, do some survey and do not a detailed design, but a scope design and say, look, on rough value, you're looking at X amount of dollars. It could be an easy fix too. I'm not sure. But again, you can allocate that money anytime you like. It's your money to do that, to use that work.
Thanks for clarifying, General Manager. Further speakers? Councillor Duff, yeah, your opportunity.
Just a question through you, Mr. Mayor. The emergent works, has a timeline lapsed on that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the emergent work period is finished now. Yep.
Thank you. I know Councillor Hatcher wants to speak, but I think we might just wrap this up. Let's get this on the table because I know you had a foreshadowed motion. So is that okay and we can deal with that? Yeah. To wrap up, Councillor Jones, any concluding comments?
Yes,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor. I just want to go back to a comment I made in my portfolio presentation in regards to, with our capital works program, I honestly don't think we have any hope of delivering all that, and we need to fix the matters at hand. And this is a matter at hand with flood damage, all that sort of stuff. I just also want to mention that we've had over 40 inches of rain in the last 10 months. 40 inches of rain in 10 months. So our poor staff, men and women, are out there busting their butts, trying to get a result. We've got, keeping in mind, there's a whole heap of other councils right across Queensland that Red Cross have to deal with and go through the process and all that sort of stuff. So it is a time-consuming process. There is light at the end of the tunnel. The people in our community, I know they're frustrated. There's no more frustration than the staff and all that because we just seem to chase our tails. We finish one section and then it comes through and smashes it again. But can I just say that our men and women are doing the best they possibly can out there. We're restricted in the way that, or the time frame that we can respond simply because we've got to wait for Red Cross to do their assessments and get back to us and follow that process. So it is time consuming, it's frustrating and all that, but like I said in my comments earlier, happy to work through, but there is a process and there's a whole heap of roads that fit the bill just like this one. The people that have put the request in, obviously frustrated, otherwise I wouldn't have done it, but I'm happy to move forward with the recommendation today and work through the process and find the results. But again, we have the opportunity with our capital program to address the matters at hand.
Thanks, Councillor. So let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, so we'll now go to Councillor Duff. You had a foreshadowed motion. Thank you. I'm just going to confer with Mr. CEO. Thank you, Councillor. Mr. CEO, in terms of the motion, any issues in your mind?
Oh, Mayor, the QRA will go through it and we can raise it with them, but it will be considered as part of the assessment of process with all the other roads in the package. They would be rare, and I'm happy to be corrected, but it would be rare in my history of dealing with them for a long period of time they'd pull out a single road to deal with it unless there was significant. The Story Bridge got closed off. Yes, they would escalate something like that, and it's not to say that any road's not important, but it would be dealt with as its package. So once that submission goes in, it's generally 6 to 8 weeks before we get a response or an acknowledgement back as far as, and certainly those timeframes have approved over years. Council can put it through as an intent of principle, but yeah, you'd be 2 months probably before. I'm just looking at you guys, what they've been doing, but it would be easily 2 months before you'll get the okay back on that road. Now, with the others, I have no doubt it'll go through as in some form of flood damage and reaper work, but it'll be 2 months before that approval comes back.
Thank you for clarifying, Mr. CEO. General Manager Meehan, before we get to Seeker Secretary, further clarification on the motion?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, if it's of assistance to council, we would suggest that council undertake maintenance on that road. So what the way that works is, so there's nothing to stop you from maintaining the road. So we can go through and do a reaper pickup. If that road is in disrepair for maintenance, like a heavy formation, grade and drainage, we would fix that road now. If that makes sense, we could. There's nothing to stop us from doing that under maintenance to make the road operational. What we wouldn't do is the capital resheeting. So, just talking with Kevin, and I understand. I've read the correspondence. If the road's untrafficable for some reason, we would fix that, like we would if there was a large pothole in the road. If that makes sense. So, there's nothing to stop council from doing the reaper pickup. What we would do is we would just stop short of any capital improvements on the road until that, and come back through that process if that's what's agreed to. So if council was happy to meet the council's intent, we'll go through, we'll direct Red Frost there to do that reaper pickup, and then we'll commence heavy formation maintenance on that road to make it trafficable where needed, without spending 152,000 in capital resheeting. So you can do that work. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying, General Manager. So we do have the motion then. Do we have a seconder? Second for the motion, Councillor Henson, thank you. So Councillor Duff, first opportunity to speak, and then we'll
Yes, I just wanted to...
go to other councillors.
On the point number 2, it was to improve the road for these roads for safety reasons. Yep. That's it. Yep. So the reason why I have highlighted this for safety reasons is because I don't know if the council has read carefully the emails that we've received, but on the one email, it actually says that in recent weeks an ambulance was called to Dan Marriages. He resides on the corner of both roads. A request for a four-wheel drive vehicle was luckily made, as the ambulance ended up in the table drain and required four-wheel drive to continue on, while Dan, a man of some years, waited with chest pains. Would you consider this wait acceptable if it was your father? Dan is my neighbour, not my father, and I find it abhorrent. So that was an email that came from Jay Castle, and there was also another email that I read from Ian and Judy Shafurius. So I don't think that that's acceptable. So I'm really pleased to hear that General Manager Meehan has suggested that they will do like a maintenance grade or whatever it takes to fix this pressing issue straight away. Is that what the intent is? Because I'm happy to tweak the wording to get that outcome, because I think that something needs to be done. We can't, because the assessment of all this whole stuff, if you go through in December it gets assessed, and then it's, as Councillor Jones said, it's got to go into a process. It wouldn't get done for probably 6 months. I don't think that's acceptable when we've got a situation like this. So happy to tweak it to get that outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll go back to General Manager perhaps shortly. So the report that we've had here talks about the causeway on Red Tank Road, the fact that it's so sharp and vehicles can't get through there. So that's that vertical geometry I think you referred to on the causeway. Then there's the gravel resheeting on Red Tank Road, and then there's the Nord Road floodway. Is that what you're intending to address, or are there other issues, or are you not addressing those issues? Just to clarify for all the councillors in the room, thank you.
So I have spoken to both Ian and Judy, and they believe that there are certain parts of the road that absolutely desperately need doing. It doesn't need a whole resheet and all these things. So that's why I've put as identified by on-site meetings with road users. So they've talked about the causeway, they've talked about specifics. So yes, Mr Mayor, to answer your question, it's those specifics that they have identified.
Because I just wanted to clarify that we have had clarified that the causeway wouldn't be eligible under QRA funding. It would have to be something that we funded as a capital works project ourselves. Yeah, so I just want to clarify that. Yeah, but you're looking to address those issues as identified through an on-site meeting. Okay, sorry. Yeah, General Manager Meany, do you want to add anything before we go to all the other councillors?
No, just through you, Mr. Mayor. So we're clear. So that wouldn't include the upgrade of the causeway through that project, because that was a geometry issue from the towing of a vehicle, was it not? You're talking about just so I've got it clear in my head. My expectation is that we would be rolling up there to do maintenance to restore the formation of the road, which, whether we had QRA approval or not, we would do that work if we had Reaper or not available to us on that road. We would then reimburse that through Reaper if we were eligible, and then we would stop short of reshedding the road until we came back to council through the process.
Thank you, General Manager. I think I'm with you. I'm not sure what you're trying to ask council for as an outcome here, Councillor Duff, because we're talking about capital works to change a causeway. We were talking about gravel reshedding Red Tank Road where there was gravel missing, and we were talking about floodway improvements on Nords Road. So are you wanting to go to that, or are you wanting to just see some maintenance done on Red Tank Road?
So that is why I've articulated for safety reasons. So the particulars that make the road safe until we can get to the other capital works, that it's to improve these roads for safety reasons as identified by the on-site meeting. So to address the issues that are pressing, so that ambulance doesn't go into a table drain and stuff like that, is what I'm targeting, as opposed to capital upgrade that will improve the road for, probably the long-term benefits around that. So it was more those urgent safety issues.
So you're not talking about the causeway then on Red Tank Road or the floodway on Nords Road, because they're not safety issues. They are structural improvement issues, as I understand it, Kevin, but please correct me if I'm wrong. That's my understanding. We need to make sure we're clear here what we're asking the councillors to consider. Yeah. Can we clarify that, Aaron? They're not safety issues, they're structural improvements?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we understand the councillor that we want to get in there and do some maintenance to make sure the road is accessible, and identify that, and we'll stop short of any capital works on that road without coming back to council. Which is what we would do anyway, I suppose. If there was from the safety issue, we wouldn't be addressing the geometry on that culvert. But if there was I think there was one there about a cracked pipe or a hole in a pipe or something like that, we would address that immediately, essentially, or as soon as we could.
So then the geometry on the culvert, the sharp incline on the culvert, would have to be addressed as a separate issue later on. It wouldn't be picked up in this review. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Yeah, thanks. Okay, Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting this motion simply because I don't that council complete the assessment of Red Tank Road, Nords Road as a matter of urgency and seek approval from QRA. I've said it all along. How do we prioritise this above other roads? I can keep adding Scotts Lane, all that sort of stuff out there. I will support if Councillor Duff is willing. That I believe that what the councillor is trying to indicate is that the remainder of Nords Road and Red Tank Road need to be looked at, and if there's any identified safety risks by the people that live out there, the staff can then prioritise and go out there and do some grading and all that sort of stuff, rather than take away our motion prior of those three identified issues from the request. But I think the councillor is trying to highlight the remainder of the roads. If there's any safety issues away from those three pieces, then we can maybe have a look at it. But again, I still go back to the point that it's a matter of, using those words, matter of urgency, because I can use that phrase on so many roads, on so many people's requests to me, and I'm sure the other Councillor Erkins has touched on it. There's a heap of roads across our region that keep coming up and saying that they're dangerous. There's cars slipping off and all that sort of stuff. But I would be happy to support if the councillor was. I won't support the recommendation with point 1 in it. And if point 2 is changed to going out and addressing any safety issues that the staff highlight with on-site meetings with people that live out there, as far as roads, they can put it into a program that can fix those issues up.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I just bring to the Chamber's attention on page 75 and Councillor Erkins, we all get smashed every day of every week about roads. If you look at page 75, this is not just something that's come out of the blue. This has been on our table since the 16th of June 21. That's 17 months ago. This isn't a new complaint. This has been in front of us for 17 months. So, yeah, I don't think that, as far as prioritising things, this is one I believe we should prioritise a bit because of the time factor. And that's before the rain started. This is back in June 2021. So you can imagine what it's like now with 40 inches of rain on it. So, yeah, I will be supporting this. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Further speakers? No. Look, I just probably would go back. Is it Councillor Higgins? I just, and if I'll probably just say one final comment and then we'll look to wrap up. But I'm keen to see us do something to at least investigate what has to be done on that causeway. Obviously, we don't want to spend a lot of money until we find out what needs to be done, what's going to be cost. I'd like to see us consider that. If it's going to cost $5,000, if we could capitalise that perhaps, I'd like to see at some stage in the future we are going to commit to doing that work. The second thing is I tend to agree with Councillor Henson that I know Councillor Erkins raised the issue that you go out and see hundreds of roads at the moment that are affected like this because of the floods. But this was like this before the floods. This goes back, to, as you said, 21 months ago or something. This is well and truly June 21. Sorry. So this is 15 months old, and the residents out there raised this before in the drought. The issues about the fact that they had sections of road that had no gravel on them, and every time they got a small shower, it became very slippery because of the red soil that's on that road section. And the Nord Road floodway, I would like to see us at least consider that as part of a betterment project, if we could put that forward. So probably Councillor Duff, I was keen to see those other elements built in as well, or we could do it as a separate motion. But I'm keen to get your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Happy to add the 2 dots.
And Councillor Henson, would you be in agreement if we added those, that we would have to consider allocating $5,000 in capital to do the scoping, a preliminary scoping on the work for that culvert, Kevin, wouldn't we? Yeah. Consider allocating $5,000 to a potential capital project for improvement of the vertical geometry of the culvert on Red Tank Road. Yeah, so sorry, Kimberly. Consider allocating $5,000 to a preliminary design for potential capital improvement to the vertical geometry of the culvert on Red Tank Road. Thank you, Kimberly. And then the fourth point was to consider the eligibility of floodway improvements to Nord Road, it says here, sorry, Kimberly, Nord Road, as part of a Reaper Betterment Works submission. So I guess I'll just put that forward for consideration by the mover and seconder, Councillor Dove and Councillor Henson. Your thoughts?
What would you put consider allocating? Isn't that what we're doing here? Allocate?
We could do, just change it to allocating. Yep. Thank you. Councillor Henson.
I am too, Mr Mayor, just on that, just for Chambers' knowledge, as I stated earlier, there are 4 or 5 other causeways on Red Tank Road. And I'll just bring to council's attention, that causeway that we're talking about was replaced, I believe, in 2013. Now, after the floods, it might have been 11, but either, it was as the whole South Burnett got smashed and causeways were washed away. To put it in perspective, that causeway, to exaggerate, from brand new was built like that. And it is an absolute backbreaker and a truck buster. And there's a few of them about, as Councillor Jones knows, we've got them all over the South Burnett, but that's what's happened to that causeway. It's actually a new causeway in 2013 that was extremely poorly designed. So I think, and there's a few of them, and hopefully in time the council can work at fixing any of those that come forward on our desks moving forward. So thanks, Mr Mayor. I support those dot points 3 and 4 and look forward to the support of the Chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. So I think we've got a new motion almost here. Well, sorry, Mr Chair, not a new motion, but a bit of change to this motion. I think it's fair to councillors that everyone gets an opportunity to speak. So, Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. I think Councillor Erkins was before me, but thank you. Now, just a couple of questions. Now, you've said $5,000 for preliminary design, but I just don't think I'm just trying to figure out where we're going to get that $5,000 from. And also, if we want a preliminary design, $5,000 only do us like a basic scope, if I'm on the understanding. If we want a detailed design, that's going to cost us a lot more from what you said, through you, Mr Mayor, to GMO May. That's going to cost us a lot more money, and I just don't know whether we've got the funding for that one also.
Sorry, General Manager Meehan, Councillor Potter's question. Yeah.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, we would redirect that money from through the second quarter review for the capital. So, from the discussions we've had today, we'll be looking to review our budget for the Works Department based on all the discussions we've had this morning. So, we would allocate that money probably from the $2 million for upgrade through there, or wherever council wish to do it. You're right, $5,000, to be honest, won't go far through there. If council was happy for us to do preliminary design and scope, it might cost you $10,000. It might cost you $7,000. So at the end of the day, we would allocate that based on what it's actually cost us to bring it to a point. Then you'd pull to do that work. So the other option is if you didn't want to set an amount, we would work to the minimum to achieve a preliminary design. We would just recommend that council undertake preliminary design and allocate money at the second quarter review. That would just be our suggestion via, I don't know if the CEO, Mark, if that's what we would, that's my thoughts is we wouldn't be looking to we wouldn't recommend to council accessing new money. We would use the existing programs.
Emily's just put a change to that there. General Manager Meehan, would that be what you're thinking, item 3? As part of the second quarter review. Second quarter budget review. Feel free just to change the wording to what you're comfortable with, General Manager.
Yeah, just through you, Mr Mayor, probably just highlight, while we're making those suggestions, we're not trying to influence the debate in that. We're just trying to make sure the recommendation is workable for us. So
yes.
And I want to reiterate that to councillors. So
yes, thank you, General Manager. We certainly understand you're not wanting to influence the debate, but you just wanted to give us clarity as to what your process would be. Yeah, thank you.
I think as a follow-on question to that design we're looking at, will that give us a relatively close price to what it will cost us in the end? I'm well aware of the pricing of things lately and how much everything has gone up in price. So I am concerned that do we get a good, fairly detailed costing on that one?
yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. So when we bring back that preliminary design, we'll give council a level of our confidence based on that, or any exclusions that we might have. I'm just mindful too, I haven't checked it, but James will need to check whether it's a waterway stream. So sometimes you can run into some difficulty with depending on the category of those streams. So we've had this before, but I'm not sure on the case of that one. And also too, we would look at what design was done in 2013. Obviously, that was pre our time, to look at what those issues are. So yeah, we would undertake whatever we brought back to council. We would give you full consideration of what we've included, or if there's anything else you need to consider and invest more money in. If that would be our suggestion.
Sorry, Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like some clarification. Is point 1 actually stating that that road will take priority over other roads in our region?
My reading is that, as Mr. CEO said, we can't influence QRA. That'll take at least 2 months for them to do their assessment. I think what the intention is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Duff, that the assessment of Red Tank and Nords Road by Red Frost gets escalated and done as a matter of urgency above other roads and gets submitted in the next round of submissions to the QRA for potential reaper works. That, I believe, is
So
what...
we are asking for that to be put in front
Yes.
of other roads that have already been identified or other roads that are in and need to be done.
I do believe so, but I'll ask Councillor Duff to clarify for the other council. Sorry, Mr. CEO, yeah.
And I'll look to the guy. I think it's all but done. The submissions. I thought the submission. And they're nodding in the back. This and my point before was council can adopt that as a point of principle. It has no effect without being harsh, or because the Red Frost assessment, it'll go to QRA. It'll go through their process. You can make it as a statement of intent, but it won't speed up the QRA process, and we're almost finished ours and it's about to be submitted. If it hasn't, I don't think it's gone in already, but it would be.
Oh, well, that's
Stand corrected, it's not very far
relevant.
away.
That's very relevant. Thanks, Mr. So, General Manager, me, and sorry for the councillors, have we already done the assessment on Red Tank and Nords, and would it be going into submission anyway?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. So just to clarify on that, just talking with Kevin, so that assessment is still being done for that road. So we'll go into a submission. What do you call it? A category. We won't submit every road at the same time. So on that resolution, we will, to answer the councillor's question, we would put that into the next reaper package for their assessment. So it may go ahead. So what happens with those? All those roads are getting assessed at the moment. They've still got to be put into packages of submission. So if we drop the QRA $25 million in a single submission, you won't see $1 until the full 25 million is set. That's why we're loading them in smaller packages. So you are right. It would be accelerated into the next, or to the next available package that was being submitted to QRA. The Red Frost team is currently out on the network at the moment. So, but I'll just highlight to council too, and I'll just if that road is unsafe, then we will grade the road. Okay, I just want to make that we will not leave a road if we're aware, or we will program maintenance naturally if there is an inaccessible road, provided that we're not exceeding what would normally be the condition for that road. So if I go up there next week with Kevin, in which I will, and that road is inaccessible to my four-wheel drive, then it will be graded. So, and that will happen at the first available opportunity. So, but just like it would for if it rained tonight. So I just want to clarify that to council. There is nothing there that's not going to stop us from going doing normal maintenance so they can access. What we won't do is make that road all-weather access if it is not programmed for capital resheet. So I just want to be clear with council. Okay.
Thank you, GM. Well, sorry, Councillor Erkins. Yeah.
So probably one of my concerns with the wording of that, I mean, when I came in here, I'm told by everybody that we are here to look after the whole region. I think that road needs to take its place as in the need for it being done. If our staff believe that is more important to be done than another road, that's how it should be done, not from whether we listen to somebody's, story on what it is, because as I said, there are stories out there and hardships out there from lots of our residents. And while I don't want to be seen to be, picking on you guys, I just believe that your road needs to take its place because there are lots and lots of people. I also understand what council are telling us, that they will go out there. If it is unsafe, they will go out there and do work on it. So I'm satisfied that our staff will do that. And if it's not done, I'm sure that the residents will notify us and tell us it's not done to their satisfaction. But for us to be seen to be picking and choosing of roads, I just don't feel comfortable with doing that. I do understand where you're coming from. I read the letter, I know of the hardships, but as I said, there are other people that have got similar hardships, and I just don't think as a council we should be seen to be making the decision. It should be made on the priority, comparing it with other roads, not other stories. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thank you. And again, Mr Mayor, I still won't support this while ever number 1 is in there. The CEO has explained QRA wouldn't think the likelihood of them cooperating with that request. So just on principle, I won't support that. And the other thing I would support, if item number 2, the matter of urgency at the end of that sentence is dropped off. It's up to the councillors whether they consider any additional work necessary to improve these roads for safety reasons as identified by on-site meetings with road users to also be done in a future works program. And as the General Manager has indicated, if they go up there, they inspect it and it needs to be graded, they will do it as a matter of priority. I would support this particular motion if that was accepted, but I will not, on principle alone, as Councillor Erkins has indicated. That's what we're asking, this road to take priority. So I won't support this unless those changes are accepted or something similar to that. But yeah, whatever item number 1 in particular is in there, I will not support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henshin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, we're going to go round and round here for a while, aren't we? But, yeah, I come back to, this is 17 months been on our table. It's not jumping the queue. I wouldn't say it's jumping the queue. If you're in this position and you've been sending emails since, and it goes back before then, it goes back before June 21, let me assure you of that. And yeah, as Councillor Jones has alluded to, he's fairly passionate about that, and I'll ask Councillor Duff in relation to point 3, was it, Councillor Jones? Oh, sorry, point 2, matter urgency. Perhaps Councillor Duff, if you consider, and as Manager Meehan has stated, they're certainly going to go and have a look and do something in the event of emergency or urgency. So, Councillor Duff, would you consider, as Councillor Jones has alluded to, instead of a matter of urgency in relation to our works program, or something along the lines of Manager Meehan has stated and what might be going to happen there? Councillor Duff?
Yeah, and I just before you answer, Councillor Duff, I just want to point out, Mr CEO just pointed out to me something that on page 72, the staff have reported that on both Red Tank and Nords Road, they are to be assessed in the next week to prepare a REPA submission that goes to the QRA. And it's anticipated that that submission will be lodged late December 2022. So I think that's what Mr CEO was trying to point out to us, is that this is already in train. I think that was your point, Mr CEO, that this is in train. And Manager Searle, would that be the next package anyway to go in? So it may well be already going to happen.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. We think there may be one before that. It'll depend on the grouping of the works normally that we put together. So we normally like to put like-to-like works in the region together. So, yeah, so our advice will be as per the report. We're expecting in December that we will lodge that road for REPA. But again, I'll just reiterate to Council, that doesn't stop us from going and doing the REPA maintenance work if it's required to restore access, because even if your REPA is rejected, we would perform that work under maintenance anyway. So what I'm saying is there we wouldn't do, I won't resheet the road, I will gravel patch it if there's a reason for it to be done, as if we would have any other road. So I'm probably saying to Council, if we're worried about a REPA that they can't get down there, we'd go into a heavy formation grade, and if the REPA came back and said, look, you can do more, then we would go back and return to the road. So if that makes sense.
Thank you. Yes, sorry. And so we'll go back to Councillor Henson's question, which was directed to Councillor Duff for the chamber. Councillor Duff, Councillor Henson's point.
I'm concerned about changing that as a matter of urgency because I think it is urgent. When you've got an ambulance, like I've read that section there, and there's a whole heap of other issues around it. Why is it not a matter of urgency? Why would you want to drop that out and just have it as just regular program of work? So I think it is a serious, urgent issue when you're looking at an ambulance going into a table drain and someone having a heart attack. I don't think you get anything more urgent than that. So I can't understand why you would take that out. And on the top one, just a question, if I could, to General Manager Meehan. So when you do the assessments, you said that they're just done on geographics. They're not done on urgency. That's pretty much what you said before. So that's why I'm suggesting, and I'm sure I've got the support of Councillor Henson, that goes into the next one rather than the one after, because we believe it's urgent, like a safety issue.
All right, so I think your question to GME is, and we will need to wrap this up shortly, can it go into the next package?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. So if council was to prioritise it, we would highlight it as its own. There's nothing to stop us from identifying Reaper packages and accelerating them ahead of others. So from why that, we would make a smaller submission. I'll give you an example. Seaford Street, I've been looking at Seaford Street quite considerably this week. We will be assessing that, and it may go on its own. I'm not saying it'll go now. It'll take quite a bit of work, but we do look at the value of those packages. But I would say too that normally where we've got flood damage, the road's in distress anyway, so that's why that they can all be considered of a priority. And I get that some have more than others. It's just if number one stays there, then we would look to probably accelerate that before late December 2022. Otherwise, we would leave it in chain for Red Frost to add it in. So, again, we would follow the intent of what we're told, directed by council to do. So we would isolate it, or isolate it with some other, other packages that it might be put to, if that's what council directs us to do.
Thank you, GM. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, thank you for the clarification. I think my head was spinning with the way we've been going round and round here. Certainly, I recognise the motion in my mind is more of a summary of the discussion we just had in relation to the report. And I am a little split here in the sense that, as a council, it's our role to set the budget, to set the policy. And then what I can see from the emails that I've received and this long-standing conversation is there's a clear maintenance issue here, and we all know that comes down to the fact that we are trying to stretch dollars much further than they're actually capable of going. I think there are learnings out of this whole process. I'm sitting on the fence because I am apprehensive to pick and choose one road above another road, but I'm also apprehensive because this motion seems more tokenistic in the sense that we're sort of summarising what's already happening. So I'm confused from that perspective. From a governance point of view, I was quite comfortable with the report, and I have the trust and the faith in the staff that this will be delivered as they've reported. So I'm probably confused about the relevance of this motion. I agree in terms of considering in that next quarter budget review, actually allocating some funding so that the preliminary work can be done to shape this up for a future capital project. I think that does need to happen. So I'm supportive of that, and I don't want to see this lost off the list, but I just recognise we've just discussed we've got $30 million worth of work on the books already. It's quite an interesting time for our region. I definitely think we need to make the road safe, and I'm grateful that you're going to go out there in your four-wheel drive next week, and if it's not safe, my understanding is you'll be grading it, and I'll be going out in my four-wheel drive the week after to check. Yeah, I'm probably a little bit confused about the relevance. Probably, Mayor, looking to you for some leadership of this motion based on the discussion that we've had. How do we get, I think the outcome's already well and trained. Certainly think the preliminary designing, that will be a capital decision, and it needs to be picked up and scooped up in all the other roads and projects that we'll consider in that. So it's not that I'm yeah, that's why I'm confused.
Yeah, I think to clarify point one, what you're really asking, Councillor Duff, is that the assessment's going to happen anyway next week. So there's no point trying to escalate that because it's being done as soon as it can. What you're asking is that it be submitted as part of as a priority package. That's what you're asking Council to consider. Am I right there, General Manager Meehan? That's what, a bit like you're talking about with Seifert Road at Crawford.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we would look to isolate that road or add it to an earlier package where applicable at the earliest opportunity. That may mean that it may not go on its own. It might be still go in December, but if there's an opportunity to bring it forward, then if that's what council directs us to do, then we will do that.
So, Councillor Duff, so that we can get that clarity, so otherwise it is a bit tokenistic. If we were to say that council, the council submit the Red Tank and Nords Road submissions, or submissions is probably the right word, but packages, Aaron, what's the terminology here, General Manager Meehan?
I would just, I would say that council review to submit those at the earliest opportunity.
Yes.
Possibly, Mr. Mayor, as a suggestion. I think we get the intent. If council votes that through, we'll look to send it up as soon as we can.
So I think it was a council review to submit the Red Tank and Nords Road Reaper applications at the earliest opportunity. I know that's not perfect, but is that your intent?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Full stop. Councillor Duff, in light of the fact that the staff are going to go out there and do an assessment, as we always do around road safety, that's just a matter of our process, is item 2 still necessary to your mind?
I don't know why you would take it out, but what? It's just, even if it is tokenistic, it's in there and it shows that we have concern and we want to get something done.
Okay, then, it's all right. We'll leave it there, that being the case. We do need to wrap this up because we have been going round around circles for some time on this one road. Councillor Henson, and then we'll go to Councillor Duff to wrap up, I think. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Just probably, as you hate me saying, useless information. The gentleman in concern in the email referred to as Dan is in fact Dan Marriage, who is actually a mail service contractor that lives on that road. And the second thing I'll bring to your attention, that Red Tank Road could well be used quite substantially in the forthcoming future with the proposal of the wind farm that's out in that neck of the woods. So that's another thing to take into account on this road as well, because depending on what goes ahead with that development, Red Tank Road certainly could be very heavily accessed by major traffic.
Yes, and I will clarify for the community, this council has certainly committed to making sure that we represent our community to the state government around the road infrastructure and bridges required to service that construction. We won't be dropping the ball on that. Yeah. Okay, well, I think, Councillor Duff, you've heard your colleagues. Here's your opportunity to have write a reply, conclude the debate, and we'll go to the vote.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I think that it's been a good discussion. I'm hopeful that they have the support of the chamber. As Councillor Henson said, this has been an ongoing issue for a very, very long time, and it would be good to have it dealt with as the dot points 1, 2, 3 and 4 that we have finally got to. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the vote then. Those in favour? Okay, we've got, can I just say all bar Councillor Jones, is that easy? Councillor, got that, Kimberley? Yep. And those against? Councillor Jones against. Okay, so that's been carried, 6 votes to 1. Thanks, everybody. Let's move on to 6.6 now, which is the Tingura Village road widening and curb and channeling at 67. We might call Manager Darcy up. Can you smell? I can. Just trying to work out whether it's almost like a nail polish remover, some sort of chemical. Yeah.
Through you, Mr Mayor. This is a follow-up from a report that we provided back in September around the consideration of curb and channel through Tingura, and for a report to be brought back around the potential staging in Tingura. So we've looked at this fairly closely and looked at the pretty much the road hierarchy and just how the traffic catchment and the drainage catchment works in that village. So just looking to bring back a report looking at possibly Muller Street and Magnuson's Drive to potentially start off as a first stage of works up there, and then allow for further streets to be considered in future stages beyond that as a first pass. But really it is around bringing it back for Council's consideration in the report, and if there's any further discussion to be had around this item.
Yeah, thanks very much, Manager Darcy, for bringing that forward at the request of Council. So we've got a recommendation that the committee note the recommended staging of this project and consider it in the future capital works program. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers? Councillor Henson. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, I have been talking about this since the day I got into council in relation to Tingura, and sure you remember me suggesting the drainage and curbing channeling in Tingura, so it's great to have this in front of us and the recommendation in front of us, and I'd love to see something progress with this as time moves forward. But just in relation to Muller Street, when we went there and inspected that with the residents in Tingura some time ago, there was one simple fix there with a drainage issue up Magnuson Drive on a particular house and an entrance there. Was there anything done with that?
We might call Manager Lowe forward. He was the acting general manager at the time.
Through Mr Mayor, I'm happy to take that one. So we'll be looking to do some work through there. I understand there's probably 2 accesses from memory, talking with Tim and Kev. We're currently doing a review to see whether we can proceed with that work. So we'll look to bring that into a forward works program. If there's a capital upgrade there to do, then we'll come back to council. But that'll be something that we look forward in the new quarter to see if we can remedy that work through our maintenance program.
Yep. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I think that that would be a relatively, in the interim, a simple fix to that drainage down Magnuson Drive, because as it was, it just channels the water out, as we all saw that particular day. It channels the water out across the road, and I think a relatively simple fix there in the interim until something comes across our table in future works there, hopefully in the foreseeable years to come. But that would alleviate a lot of problems down that Magnuson Drive. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I certainly do appreciate the report. I do think it's really important that we understand the costs of these, and it's good that we can now report this back to the community, that we've done some groundwork and we understand, you know, in terms of staging this project, it could be achieved, that we could achieve some of the results desired, and this would be a way in which we could start that process. I'm mindful there's also a report in here for Blackbutt, which is very similar situation. I just think in terms of preparing our communities for the future, in terms of managing ongoing rainfall events, which I know based on the data and the information provided in relation to climate change, that will be something that becomes our normal in terms of long periods of dry and long periods of wet. So I just think it's really important, these sorts of projects, they shouldn't be overlooked. They need to be in the top drawer ready to go, so that when funding does become available, we can actually consider allocating it, and we can consider what our capital works program for these townships and villages might look like into the future. I'm also very mindful that we have got that LRCI funding to allocate, and you know, I would personally like to see us try to make a start on some of these projects for our smaller villages across the region. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Further councillors? Further speakers? No. Councillor Hench, anything to wrap up? Happy to go to the vote? Okay. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll stay with Manager Darcy for 6.7, Blackbutt Curb and Channeling. That one's at page 70. Thank you, Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This request came through around looking to try and provide council with the consideration of a 10-year capital plan associated with curbing and channeling through Blackbutt. Blackbutt's got a number of profiles of road through its urban footprint. And what this report has looked to do is around considering where the road widening and curb and channeling could intertwine quite well, because there is a number of areas that have curb and channeling potentially in locations that could be improved. We're also looking at table drains where they currently exist that are quite seamless with how they can actually tie into adjacent curb and channel on streets nearby. So this report was around looking at opportunities of a number of streets. This is not a complete list, in all honesty. This is around looking at probably a bit of a hierarchy, as well as some of the opportunities of those access streets that exist within the southern side of Blackbutt particularly. But there's also a couple on the northern side of Blackbutt that aren't mentioned in this list that could be considered in this. So this was around providing council with a few streets for consideration on how this could work, but by no stretch of the imagination is this complete with a strategy. This is around putting information to council for further consideration of capital budget in the future.
Yes, and again, thank you, Major Darcy, for bringing this to council as part of our future planning program for our communities. And in doing so, you've recommended that council note the report and consider the funding of this infrastructure in future capital works budget deliberations. Do we have a mover? Councillor Jones. Seconder? Councillor Potter. Thank you. Speakers? Councillor Jones? No, you're comfortable? Further councillors? No, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, so the next item we've got is 14.2, which is at page 302, and it's question on notice in infrastructure. So, GM Man, would you mind just taking us to page 302 and just give us an overview of the response on that one? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm just trying to find a copy of that report as it got brought forward. Well, actually, if Kimberly would open it on the screen for me, that might just save me trying to find it. Oh, yep. Very good. Yep, we've got it here. Thanks, Mr Mayor. If you're happy for me, so we just got the first one around the lights on the new flood signs. So our discussion with TMR is that those, when water crosses the approaches or the bridge, they will activate. We did follow up with TMR. Those lights are not working at the moment. They have technicians who are coming to look and correct that. And when that's up and running, I'm happy to advise council that they've been restored. So Paul and his team are chasing that down. Second one, we had a question from Councillor Shoemaker in regards to what signage is available for floods in areas. So there is, council does have its $1 million advance, or not advance, sorry, apologies, wrong words, has the category D money to allocate. I think there's a report coming in the next couple of months in relation to the allocation of that money. We'll be suggesting as part of that there's an allocation given to improve our road signs on the network as well, so to buy some additional signs to make sure we've got adequate signage. And we are looking to install, not everywhere, but where we think it's of advantage to us, some further drop-down signs that can be used and dropped by our staff to give some advance warning of areas. So, but you can install other ones where you've got inundation in areas, in towns and stuff. My understanding is it's not a large issue in the South Bend as far as inundation of homes. I haven't been here for a larger event, but our predominant one that we get for signage is that to make sure that we've got floodway signs and those sort of things up. The main one too is that it's interesting. We had a discussion with Red Frost and also had a review of the MUTCD. The standards for those signs seem to change quite regularly. So I'm loath to invest a large amount of money on signs across the network, given that they're subject to change. The ones at Western Downs we looked at are in place, but they're no longer the standard now. So the standards keep changing, obviously, as events change. So, so we'll be looking to increase our signage and have a project inside that money from the QRA to do that. The second one there in relation to I think we've got a question from Councillor Duff. Seeking advice in QRA regarding clarification applying for betterment funding. Does it need to be submitted at the same time as REAPA? No, it doesn't. you can put a project up at any time to allocate to that. Obviously, if you didn't have a Reaper submission on there, that would not be a good idea. So you can put the Reaper in, which was what we would do, and then you can ask for betterment money as part of a longer process to get. So if we had a project which was to, I don't know, concrete a floodway, something like that, we would go through, restore the floodway under Reaper, and then we could have a project with the government that says, look, we would like you to consider upgrading this floodway or Cathy Dust floodway at any time after that. So which is what you want to do essentially. So, all right. Foggy's Quarry. Just our answer there. We had a question from Councillor Jones in relation to the purchase of the extraction. We can extract smaller quantities from Foggy's Quarry. It's intended that the amalgamated environmental approval for all 12 council-owned pits will be completed for submitted for an approval. This would allow us to take larger volumes from our pits as well. So Kevin and his team are currently working through that. We're hoping to have that this would be completed this financial year. Had a question from Councillor Shoemaker. If you're happy thank you for sending through in advance. That's helpful sometimes for us. So, just in relation to the Oliver Bond area. So I went and had a discussion with our parks team in relation to that. So just for clarity, council maintained the section out the front of the town common hall, and the rest of Oliver Bond is treated like it is at your own property, that the landowner or the leasee of that land. So the tennis court and soccer club and the houses there are required to mow their own footpath, just as you and I do at home. We are looking to put deco through those islands there to remove those weeds. So the parks team have suggested that deco is a cost-effective solution for that, as a preference to grass, because it creates additional mowing. In discussions too, we would look at, if that was ineffective, then we would come back to council, look for a concrete option if that was a better long-term solution through there. So that's our suggestion in relation to that question. If that's okay, councillor. Sorry, I preempted your question by adding it to the list.
Yeah, no, definitely. I guess my thinking is, so it's in the second week I've gone, well, the third week I've gone to touch football, and the weeds are getting up there, and I have chat with General Manager Leanne about it. I'm just mindful that when we built the car park, we actually changed the design, and so there are differences in the way in which we might maintain that, and I do have some concerns about people stepping in over those large sorts of the curbing and potentially falling over or hurting themselves. Like, how will that median work as a footpath with the crusher dust in it? Is that the purpose of it? Because certainly on Monday nights there are hundreds of people. Certainly that's just for touch, so I can only imagine soccer and stuff is the same. I'm not sure what it was actually designed for, because it's very deep and there's no, it's then just a heap of weeds running through the centre of the car park.
Yeah, so the discussion we've had, through the chair, the discussion we've had is to put compacted deco in there. So you would using it as a cheap form of hard stand area to walk across. So just like you would if it was a median in a shopping centre or an off-street car park. So a suggestion from the team is that we'll move forward and put the compacted deco in there, and then bring it up to level, and we can put cement powder in it also, and just let it and see if it takes up like a normal hard stand, like a unsealed section, essentially like a walking track.
Okay, so it'd be unlikely weeds and things will grow in there again?
No, I think once they pull it out, I think their intent is to do a spray through there regularly. I note that the weeds are just absolutely everywhere down there when I went through there the other day after your email. So I think too, like everywhere, you just see an explosion of them at the moment. I think if they can get it to stay down, then they can just maintain after that and spray. If they were spraying in front of Oliver Bond, then they would spray the car park at the same time. So
yeah, I just wasn't, thank you for the clarity. I wasn't sure, because it seemed like we finished the car park and we were using it, but it wasn't necessarily finished. So I think it'd be great to see that achieved. Thank you.
And last one, Mr. Mayor, through you, we had a question again from Councillor Shoemaker in relation to when we're going to plant the flowers down at the roundabout. We had that in train probably 2 weeks before that, which was fantastic for us. Matt and the team have actually done their own design for the landscaping of the roundabout in Adrian. They'll be using the surplus KTP plants to go forward and do that work. I think it is programmed in the next fortnight to do that work. So that'll commence in in that time, and then we're looking at surfacing in the new year. So that hopefully will progress very shortly.
Yeah, thank you. There's just, I've had a number of questions about what are the, like, on the sides, when we did the planning and had the discussions with all the business owners in the area, I thought they were going to be like gardens or something, but at the moment it's just curb on top of the road. So is there a plan there to do something with those?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, so our revised design when we came back to council was that they were to be coloured concrete surfacing. So the roundabout was done. So the outside ones were to be surfaced with colour.
So will they be filled? Because they're not currently filled with concrete. It's
From-
just a curb on top of the bitumen.
Yeah, so that will just remain as is because the stormwater still runs on the existing curb line through there. So the islands out onto the asphalt is purely there to direct traffic around. Behind that, it will remain through there because the existing stormwater and curb system remains in place. So you can't fill behind that section.
I see.
Yep.
Yeah, it just looks a bit bizarre because the empty space. But
Yeah, if you can just imagine it was designed to be a median, essentially to narrow the traffic through there without having to rip the whole curb and stormwater system out. So that's per the design that which came up. But what we did say is that we would colour that to feature those medians and those outside
okay.
edges.
I'll have a look at that. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to walk through that if you need to.
Just, Mr. Mayor, through you, just totally as an aside, as I came in early, the parks guys are in the roundabout this morning planning madly, so they're up there planting.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. I must say, they're doing some amazing work out there, the parks guys, aren't they? We're doing a great job. Yeah, the regions, a lot of people are saying we haven't seen our region looking so good for a long, long time. It's not just the rain. It's all the hard work with all the planning programs. It's been great. Okay, so where are we at with this one? We've got that the responses to the questions raised be received and noted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Jones. Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. So it's 12:18 and we're going to break for lunch at 12:30, but we'll go to 7.1 and then if we have time we can make a start on the water feasibility phase 2 report. That's going to be a big report to work through and we've got Jed Brennan here to help us through that. So I think what we can do, we can make a start and then we might have to resume 7.2 and continue with that after lunch, but let's keep going forward nonetheless. So 7.1, the wastewater portfolio report, and I'd like to now welcome Councillor Jones.
Thanks, Mayor. Great pleasure again to deliver the water and wastewater portfolio report for November. I'll present it as read. Just a couple of highlights of capital works 22-23, current water main replacements there, the process control SCADA and telemetry migration well and truly underway. Expected completion is in June 23. Eagle Street and Nango water main, Birdie Street and Nango water main replacements both completed. All your dams are full and if you go over to your customer requests and everything else that we've on those graphs there, you'll see that the implementation of the sewer relining and the water main replacement that Manager Lowe has been responsible for pushing along in the last 18 months is really starting to take shape and show benefits as far as customer complaints coming in and the cost of maintaining our network. So congratulations to Manager Lowe and his staff, well done. And basically, I would like to congratulate the men and women again for the water and wastewater section and move that my portfolio report for November be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson. Speakers? Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll now move on to 7.2 and we'd like to welcome back to Council Jed Brennan. Hello, Jed. Come up. Yes. Oh, yes.
Mr. Mayor, we're just going to grab the KBR team. I think they have a 10 to 15 minute presentation for the water study, and then Jed will park up with Matt and Chris if that's okay, and I'll vacate.
So, Councillor, are we happy to take welcome to the KBR team, gentlemen? Welcome back. We'll make space for you. Up the front. Can we come up the front? So, Councillor, are you happy if we have the presentation from the KBR team, then we break for lunch and then continue further discussions in relation to this is a very comprehensive report. Happy to do that? Yep. Okay, good. Welcome, Matt. Well,
Challenge may be, Mr Mayor, that there is another meeting this afternoon at 3 o'clock.
Yep.
Will that work for you? That's my only concern.
Yep.
So-
Perhaps if we could have leave for a later lunch, Mr Mayor,
yes.
because there is stakeholder engagement with relation to the report planned for this afternoon.
Right. So do we want to work through this and then have a later lunch? Say, what time, Matt, would you need? Say,
Well, our meeting's at 3, and I think it's just next door.
okay, so if we were to run through to 1 o'clock and then have lunch at 1, is everyone happy with that?
Yeah,
Yep.
we're very flexible.
I've spoken to Deputy Mayor Jones. I do have to leave in about 10 minutes, but Deputy Mayor Jones is going to then take control of the chair, if that's okay with the council. Yeah. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you so much, Mr Mayor. Now, red means on? Red's on. Yeah, right. That is anti-intuitive. Yeah. All right. Thank you, everyone, for having us back. We're very pleased to be here. We are very pleased to have written a ginormous report, which it looks like you've all got a copy of. I was hoping to ceremoniously hand it to the mayor. Is there a paparazzi? There you go. It's a weighty tome, and
we want a photo. Perhaps Councillor Schumacher can join me as the portfolio holder.
well, I've got one for Councillor Schumacher as well.
Let's go over here, Matt. You're a gentleman and a scholar.
I'm very excited.
I'll circulate this around the council.
Thank you. Thank you. What's the story with these views?
Councillors, it's the sealant from the street that's been painted at the moment. The front of the office there on the street is being painted, so the sealant is actually blowing through into the air conditioning. It's very windy out there, but it's affecting the aircon. We do need to break for lunch as soon as we can to get you out of here so we can open the office to get some of this smell out, but it's here for the afternoon.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, well, that's a bit of pressure. Who knows what the fumes will do? All right, so we were last up here 3 months ago, and we went through what described our work and where we're up to in our thinking, and broadly what our conclusions were. We since went away and wrote a report, and that's what we've just provided to you now. What has also happened is, one, some feedback was provided in that meeting, which we've put into the report, of course, and some of those we'll discuss here. But in the short time we have, the focus is really on, given the political events surrounding us and the opportunities that creates, how best to use this report to fit into that narrative. So we've been on this journey collectively for more than 2 years now. We started with a strategic assessment in phase 1 in partnership with the North Burnett, and we've now just completed phase 2. So detailed work has been going on for quite some time. We've had a lot of stakeholder meetings and engagement, and it's been a really productive time. And it's actually a really good time to have finished the report and to have spent the 2 years doing that work, because it feeds into the opportunities that I think are now before us, which are, who's in charge of the slides? Oh, super. Here we go. So a couple of months ago, the Premier of Queensland announced the new energy transition policy. So the idea is to spend $62 billion on green energy substitutes for current coal-fired power stations and such, and that's to meet the state and the Commonwealth's energy or carbon emissions objectives of reducing emissions by 43% by 2030 and then net zero by 2050. So that's very ambitious stuff, and the government is put in a lot of money and a lot of planning into making that happen. And what part of that is, the Premier has announced that by 2035, Queensland will have no regular reliance on coal. Now, Toorong Power Station, of course, is a coal-fired power station. So the expectation from that announcement is that Toorong Power Station will cease operations by about 2035 or before. I haven't seen a more definitive date than 2035 yet, but I think we can take from the Premier's statement that 2035 is the drop-dead date for Toorong. So that's bad news. The good news is on the next slide, which is the Premier has made a very strong commitment to workers in power stations and associated coal mines that they will retain in employment. And that's really good news because there are 732 people in the South Burnett who are employed either directly at Toorong Power Station or directly at the Meandu mine, not to mention the associated and flow-on other impacts on employment. So those 732 people have been promised a job. And the Premier has said, in effect, if they can't find another job, we'll give them a job in the public sector, which is nice. But I think it is probably better for the worker and for the economy if the jobs that these workers were able to transition into were local and productive and had a regional and state benefit beyond just the retention of a job. So she has said here, my cabinet will work with local mayors, particularly Mayor Otto, on their priorities for each region. So she's made a commitment. She wants to talk to the mayor and the council. And what does she want to do? To identify new manufacturing, agricultural and other economic opportunities. So that's exciting because we've just spent 2 years working through what the agricultural and other opportunities are. And I think it's important to have a very targeted plan and the real benefit you've got here in terms of agriculture is you do it already, you do it really well, there's opportunity to do more, there's the soil, there's the expertise, there's the growing markets, there's the access to infrastructure. What there isn't yet is enough water to be able to expand that. So with a bit more water, or quite a lot more water, there is the opportunity for those 732 currently employed people in power and energy to transition over time into high-valued, productive agricultural high-tech jobs. So the proposal or the report that we've just completed actually comes at a really good time to feed right into what the Premier is saying. The Premier has said, I'm not going to leave regions behind. You tell me what you want. And this document here sets out a pretty good plan for to precisely target what the Premier has identified as a problem that she is committed to solve. I've got a few more slides, please. Here we go. So you've seen this one before, but I think what it does is capture the problem, which is if Toorong Power Station closes without any support from government, we know for sure that approximately 10% of the population will leave. And the reason I say we know it for sure is because we've seen it where every other coal-fired power station has closed without a transition package. And the reason we know a transition package works is because we've seen it. We saw it in Hazelwood in 2018, where the government said, we're closing down Hazelwood. We don't really have a plan, but we're just going to throw money at the area. And they did, and it worked. So how much better would it work if there was a 10-year runway to ramp up agricultural investment to retain these people in jobs in a really effective way and a really good value for money way, rather than what happened in Hazelwood, which was effectively just throwing money at a community. But you know, money works, but we want to put the money to really good use. Next, please. All right. So the Premier has said, "What do you want?" And I think you want these things to be on your shopping list when you have that opportunity to put it to her directly. So one is $300 million to construct the water projects that we've been investigating for several years now, as well as some community and urban resilience projects. That compares very well to what happened in Hazelwood. That what they got was somewhere between $280 and $750 million, depending on what you count as the transition package. Some of that would have occurred possibly anyway. So ask for $300 million to help to invest in agriculture so that those 732 jobs can be retained. But you don't just need money, you also need water. Toorong Power Station has access to 30,000 megalitres from Boondooma Dam and 30,000 megalitres from the Western Corridor and Wivenhoe dams out, so it has pipes coming from either direction. It only ever requires 30,000 megalitres at most. So it's got full redundancy, which is fine for a power station. But that power station, of course, is closing down, and water is very expensive to move, and it makes a lot more sense to use that water locally, where it is at the moment, and associated with existing infrastructure, which is a pipeline already in existence with pump stations from Boondooma to Toorong Power Station through a fairly fertile corridor there. So there's 30,000 megalitres going to be left behind. And the proposal here is to say, well, we're not greedy, we don't need all of it, we don't even need half of it. But if you give us 11,000 megalitres as part of the transition process, dear Premier, you will be able to keep true on your promise that you made, which is this region will not be left behind when Toorong Power Station closes. You've also got to do the hard work of progressing the 4 projects. So, we've done, I guess, a preliminary / a bit of a detailed business case look at the project. So we've confirmed that they're really good projects. Even if there wasn't this overlay of Toorong closing down, they would be worthy of government investment. It meets all of their requirements, which is important. You're not really asking for a subsidy so much as investment in projects that will create jobs and wealth for the state as standalone good projects. So that work needs to happen, and there's a mechanism probably to go through to make sure you stay on the government's pathway in terms of where the funding comes from and the requirements that need to be fulfilled to get those done. And number 4, I think, is a really exciting one, which is to establish a regional body to oversee these activities. There will probably be an inclination in William Street for state bureaucrats to oversee this transition and perhaps other ones going on. My advice would be to resist that if you can, and to keep it as local as you can, and to have it based here, to employ locals who live in the community and are planning to stick around for the long term. But of course, there needs to be a proper organisation, with a board and a CEO and a proper structure and so on and so forth, and properly funded to do a professional job. But I think a local body will do a lot better job than a division of government. So my suggestion is to insist, if you can, that work is done locally. Next, please. All right, so this is just we went through these in a lot of detail on the 2nd of August. This is probably the one to dwell on for the longest. So we talked about Barlil Weir and West Baramba Weir. We had a good discussion, and my takeaway was at that time I presented Barlil Weir. If you can only build one, Barlil Weir seems to give you better bang for your buck, and West Baramba Weir is a marginal project. So let's make sure we get Barlil funded and built, and we'll continue to investigate West Baramba to the extent that it's reasonable. But the big concern raised was, and Mayor Otto, I think you will probably raise this most clearly, that there is some really high value production down the West Baramba Weir part of the world, and you said it would be a shame if what we're doing couldn't deliver some high reliability water to those folks. So we thought, well, how do we make that happen? So what we've done is, we've done two things. One is West Barambah Weir is still a reasonable project, and we're not walking away from West Barambah Weir, so that could still be the pathway to do it. But even if only West Barlil Weir was to be built, we got stuck into the water sharing rules to confirm that you could actually, through the Redgate relift, take water out of Bjorky-Peterson Dam, take the medium priority plus water out of Bjorky-Peterson Dam and use it through the existing infrastructure. So Barlil Weir being downstream down the bottom really increases the efficiency of the whole water supply scheme. And that increase in efficiency can be shared by all existing users all the way up and down. So I think the news today, or the change today, is just to confirm or to share that if only Barlil Weir is built, there is the opportunity for customers up the West Barambah Weir end to access medium priority plus water through the Redgate relift, which a lot of them do already. So we've gone through the water supply manuals. We've chatted with Sunwater. It's got a lot of tick. So it looks like it doesn't have to be the case that anyone who expressed demand necessarily needs to be left behind if only one weir is built. I think that's good news. Now, of course, we'd love to build two weirs, but it might be one at a time, or it might just be one. Next, please. So I'll whiz through these. The Gordon Brook suggestion is to, you've got a great deal of water quality issues in treating water at Gordon Brook. I think that's well known. And we looked at the water from the water quality from an irrigation perspective, and it doesn't create the same types of problems as it does for urban water. It's not perfect. It probably requires some blending at some stages, but irrigators are well used to managing varying degrees of water quality. It's a good outcome. We undertook the demand assessment process for Gordon Brook, and 8,000 megalitres worth of demand was expressed, and we've got about 1,809 megalitres in Gordon Brook to sell. So demand from Gordon Brook is very high. What we've done here is, this is just a demonstration of the engineering design that goes behind the costs. So Gordon Brook is a tick. It's another good scheme. Next, please. Blackbutt, really in the same boat. There's really quite strong demand there, primarily for avocados, which is, the avocado market is going through a bit of a transition or a bit of pressure at the moment. So it'd be interesting to see if ultimately avocado expansion is what happens. But the good thing about Blackbutt is the soil there is so good, and Mount Binga, I should say, down the bottom there. Although I don't think that's in the South Burnett, is it? Yeah, we might chop that off. No, it's an important part. The good thing about Blackbutt in that area is that there's capacity there to grow a whole bunch of different crop types. The proximity to Brisbane is incredible, and the access to markets is really good. And there's a pipeline that already runs from Boondooma Dam to the area, and there's about to be water available in the dam. So much has gone right to make Blackbutt a really good area to just expand the network a little, to supply water when it's available, when Tarong leaves, to those irrigators. So that's another enormous tick. Next, please. And the fourth one is, so those three projects we've looked at in a fair bit of detail. This is an incredibly high level summary. You've got 500 and something pages of intense detail and excitement before you, if you want to get stuck into the particulars. So we've got three projects with a great deal of support for their viability. But we know that three projects isn't going to employ 732 people, which is the aim. So we need another about 8,000 megalitres worth of water projects And the idea here is there's already a pipeline running from Bundooma Dam down south, down past the power station. It's a really good area, agriculturally speaking, but it is constrained from a water availability perspective. So the next phase of the project, one of the jobs of this regional transition authority would be to investigate where are the nodes with the strongest demand to put in a little spur and maybe supply 1, 2 or 3,000 megalitres in a few different areas. Perhaps with the diversity of crops, we looked at the crops that we think could do really well. We looked at soil, temperature, export potential. There's some really good opportunities here in the South Burnett where 8,000 megalitres could be applied, extra crops could be grown, and about half of them we think would be exported, which is, I think, a really exciting thing for state governments to hear. What they don't like to hear is, you give us some more water, we'll grow some more produce, and we'll drive the price down and put other people out of business. No one likes that. But if you can grow export-facing crops, which we think these ones can be, then you get a great deal more excitement from William Street. Next, please. All right, so you're asking the government for a lot, which is ultimately $300 million and 11,000 megalitres of leftover water. So what do they get as part of the deal? Well, one, the Premier gets to hold her commitment, which is that local jobs are retained. Not just retained, but there are Kingaroy and Nanango and Mergen and the whole area is thriving. We did quite a lot of work looking at the socioeconomic factors. I know you'd be very familiar with this as council. This is an area that has 13 times as much disadvantage as the rest of Queensland. That alone is a reason for state governments to be interested and to invest in this region. So I make that point in the report. And we'll also deal with urban water security. Some of that water from Bundooma will be used for urban water, particularly as Gordon Brook is transitioned over. But even without that, there is a need for enhanced water security, particularly in Kingaroy. 111 million of annual agricultural production. That's a lot. Spend 300 million once and then forever $111 million worth of production. That's a very strong return, and these are high. What we're proposing here is pretty high value agriculture. This is an area where water is used particularly well for high value production, and we think that would continue. There'll be 4 new water schemes. So the 3 we've looked at, plus the Bundooma pipeline is, a single scheme, if you like, or you could break it up. And I think the real thing to pull on and emphasise is everything that's going to be done will be consistent with the climate goals which are causing Toorong Power Station to close down. There's no point saying, we're going to close down Toorong Power Station but open up this other dirty industry over here. What's the point of doing that? Like, what have you done? All you've done is make it harder for yourself without any benefit. Now, what we're saying instead is these projects will be built in accordance with net zero principles, which means the construction of the projects themselves will be done in a manner consistent with the government's goals, and also the ongoing production, which is the really important part, will be done in that manner. So that's why, as part of the design of each of the projects, where there's any pumping required, we've designed for there to be a solar scheme to supply the energy needed for that pumping. So from an energy perspective, the scheme's net zero, and also from an on-farm agricultural perspective, we think that's an important commitment that you could make as part of your negotiations, and say that in order for this money to be delivered, we will need to be consistent government with your principles. Of course we do, and we'll make sure that happens by writing into the constitution or the arrangements of the transition authority that when it's spending money and investing, it needs to be ensuring that the net zero is part of the outcomes. Next, please. All right, so this is what it all means. So if Toorong closes down, which it will, and the government doesn't take action, which it may or may not, we hope it does, we need to persuade them. If Toorong closes down and there's no action, then the red line is the future in terms of population growth. And I actually think the red line is fairly optimistic in that it assumes the power station closes, those workers and their families leave, and then growth continues, resumes after the decline. But there isn't much evidence that growth would continue. If you look at Collinsville, who were in your shoes 10 years ago, their population declined by 20% and has stayed 20% lower. There hasn't been an uptick in growth. So just to be fair, we've said, growth will likely continue at some point, just for the purpose of a comparator, but it's not guaranteed. What the green line is if Toorong didn't close down and things just carried on the way they were. So that is not the base case, but it is the reference case, if you like, for just continuing the trajectory. And then the light blue line is I've worked through staggering the investment over a period of about 10 years, bringing on agricultural production. It takes a while to invest. You've got to invest in the project. You've got to build the thing, which can take a little while. Then farmers need to do their own on-farm investment. If you're talking tree crops, sometimes you're talking 5 to 7 years before you've got a full crop. So it takes a while to get to full production and to replace, to get up to full employment. So that's why we do need to start now. 2035 sounds a long way away, but we need to start now. Planning takes a year, construction takes a couple, full production takes another 7. Well, that's 10 years. And that assumes we get the money tomorrow. So I think the light blue line is reason for optimism and confirms that the strategy that we're going to put to the Premier can work. We know it will replace the jobs that are lost. And we also know that the types of jobs that will be lost at the power stations really do lend themselves to a modern high-tech, productive farm. The farms are increasingly highly mechanised. Labour is hard to come by. Everyone we speak to says we'd love to be operating in a region which had an excess of skilled employment. That's pretty rare. Do we have another one, or we? Oh, yes. So here, I thought we'd finish here again, because I'm hoping at some stage someone will have a discussion with the Premier and ministers, like perhaps these things have been arranged or in the process of being arranged. And that is the list of things, to be very clear, to ask for. And if you got those, you'd have the population graph that we just looked at, rather than the reverse, which is the perpetual decline. My sense is that the Premier will say, oh, thank goodness someone has presented me with a solution here. I was worried about these jobs. I'm genuinely worried. I don't want people to be out of work because we're taking climate action on behalf of everyone. It's not reasonable that a small number of people pay the cost. So thank goodness Mayor Otto and South Burnett councillors for spending 2 years coming up with a plan, which you finished just 6 weeks after I asked you to present me one. So that's broadly the summary and the strategy and what we want to go through from an overview level. So who's in charge now?
Thanks, Matt. Exactly.
Deputy Mayor.
A very good question too, I might add. It's quite pertinent. So, look, thanks very much for the presentation, and I think that that last slide that you finished on is exceptional, and we shouldn't be asking for nothing less than that. So, if we get 80% of it, it's all a bonus. So, look, Thanks very much to yourself, Matt and Chris, for coming along and Mr Brennan here for doing such work, Councillor Shoemaker for doing the work and assisting you guys with anything that you've needed locally and all that sort of stuff. I think the Mayor might have been involved at some stage, so
we've been very well supported.
Yeah, so-
I was just saying to Chris on the way up, we have very much genuinely enjoyed working with you guys, and we'd love to continue the relationship and keep moving forward together. It'd be great.
No, so again, thanks on behalf of the council and all our staff and the whole region, I guess. Thanks very much for the proposal and the presentation and the work that you've done, and hopefully something good will come from it. And I believe that there's 3 engagement meetings starting this afternoon at 3 o'clock, and then down at Blackbutt and Mergen. I think some of the councillors will be attending those meetings at different stages. So yeah, no, fully support what you've done, and yeah, again, thanks very much, and hopefully something good will come of this. All the hard work that you've done. Councillors, are there any?
Yes, there is.
Yep, Councillor Potter.
With regards on that last or first slide you had, the very last one was a regional group to sort of oversee this.
Yeah.
So how or who did you see, or who did you picture being on that particular group?
Yeah.
I gather sort of someone like Councillor Shoemaker.
Well,
from
perhaps
council,
it's
or
yeah.
Is it a council? Is it?
No, it's not. So there are a number of ways to do it, and we haven't been too prescriptive in how we think it should be done, because I think it's a bit of a negotiation between parties. In Latrobe Valley, they have the Latrobe Valley Transition Authority, which was a standalone statutory entity with a board and an Act of Parliament and a CEO and staff, and they consulted with the community and the council, but were not a creature of the council necessarily. That is one option. I think that would be okay. I would like, because of all the energy that the council has already provided to this, I think some integration with that authority would be a good idea. Whether or not that's probably on a board level. Perhaps the chair of the board is the mayor, and perhaps another councillor is on the board, something like that. I think the reason why it's good to be separate from council is one, $300 million is a lot of money, and the state government is going to be really careful in, I think, how it sets up the governance for it. And the state government will be conscious that the council already has a lot to do in delivering a whole bunch of projects already, and doesn't want to distract from that important work. So my sense is a standalone, local, but integrated at a board level would be the best. Do you have anything to add to that, Chris?
Yeah, I think it's the governance structures themselves are about what is going to work best for the particular region, but also is what's going to give comfort to those people providing the money who are also overseeing. So if you were to have, as Matt said, a standalone regional body, you would have most likely oversight on 2 levels, one being to the state government, another one being to the local government. So that is the local government. You have, or you're all very, as Matt said, you're all very busy. You have a clear mandate and work to be done here. If you can set up this body with a very clear mandate of its own, but governance structures reporting back up to the council and reporting to the state government, it allows it to get on with its work and to operate effectively. That being said, there is always discussion on these things. There's always what is going to work here, and there'll be someone in, as Matt said before, in state government will have a view on things. There'll be a view from here, and you tend to find a middle ground. What we have seen work well is in similar kind of things is something that stands alone with reporting structures.
Yeah, so we've got Baido here. You've worked with them before, but what is it something you can see them doing it? I know if they were to take something like this on, it would be sort of larger than what they've ever done before. But is it something you could see that would work under them, or again, as you said, completely different?
Again, look, you can understand why people say, "Oh, BAEDA's already there. Let's use them." One of the challenges with that is they have a particular set of work they're doing, a particular focus, and they have a history as well. What is usually helpful here is to have something that is new, that is fresh. You're bringing in different parties. No one's carrying any baggage in. The individuals have got their things they're pushing, of course, and that's good. But you can actually say, oh, we need someone from this industry. We need these particular agricultural specialists. We need these people. And often, it's very smart to say, let's get some people who are actually entirely independent, who are leaders in their field. And for example, some agricultural irrigation specialist in this scenario who is just known for being creme de la creme, let's bring them in. They're fully independent and they've seen it all before type of thing, but they're not tied to any particular group or any particular part of the community. Not suggesting biases, what it is it's overcoming the perception of someone acting in particular benefit.
Probably I would think also with a wider reach, so someone who, an organisation set up with representatives from a wider, right across the region.
Yeah. And I think one of the things you can find is that why capturing those different parts of the region, like the Burnett, South Burnett kind of does have its areas, and making sure everyone feels represented. And you may also look and say something like, okay, Latrobe Valley has worked very well. We'd like someone who's had some experience there. Or let's find someone else who's got some experience there. You don't want them dominating it and to be, Latrobe 2.0. You don't want that. What you do want is some experience in there, but you want it still to be locally driven, and that local, yeah.
That's going to be the hardest thing, I think. We do, but we've got a lot of really good people in this area, not just.
Yeah.
So anyway.
If I could just add one thing there, for different water schemes, Lockyer Valley, for example, we went through the process assisting them and went and did public meetings and actually worked through what does it mean to be an organisation. I'm actually a former corporate lawyer, so I've got this special power of knowing actually how the law works in this space very well. How does it work here? What does it mean to be a director of something like this? What are your responsibilities? And you can set it up and have, okay, here's our core directors. Actually, here's an advisory committee on the side that advises that. And there's lots of jobs in something like this, or lots of ways to contribute. So I guess it's got to be done very professionally, very carefully, but that actually allows you to find different places for people.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the presentation, certainly. I've met with the Latrobe Valley Mayor at the ALGA conference this year and have got some very valuable insights in regards. And the Transition Authority was actually a key point of the discussion at the LGAQ conference that we attended last month, and something that I know we have the support of other resource councils across Queensland who are keenly advocating for a very similar model, because these decisions should be made by our communities. Our communities should be the people at the steering wheel, not William Street. So I'm very excited about receiving this report. I've already got my red pen or my highlighter ready. Thank you so much. No, there's a couple already. No, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, and certainly from the people that we represent here in the South Burnett. I know the announcements that the Premier made the other day in relation to the energy plan do carry significant change for our region. And that time frame of 2035, there is a giant question mark, and the time frame of actually 2026 was noted in her comments if you listen carefully. So there are certainly some big questions to be had, and I'm very excited that we've done this work over the past 2 years. We've taken the time to really think about it, to present a solid case to the Premier and to her ministers as she has asked. Certainly change is pretty imminent. It's how we respond that will matter, and you've given us the tools and the framework to enable those discussions about our future and to take the bull by the horn. So thank you so much, and I really am looking forward to reading it. So thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Just finishing up now, again, thanks very much to yourself, Chris, and Jed and all the rest of it. And Chris, I the words that I hang on, that Matt said that he's absolutely loved working with us and hopes to continue that relationship. And what you've just said in far as helping us set up an organisation or a board to run this and take it further, I think it's only fair that, well, hopefully that we can continue the relationship and get you guys to certainly guide us with your expertise and where we're going and all that sort of stuff. So me personally, and I think speaking for the rest of the people in the chamber here, that they would be only too happy to have your assistance going forward to help us set that up. So again, thank you all very much on behalf of the whole chamber and our region. Well done, and thank you, and we'll continue going forward with Councillor Shoemaker and the Mayor and the whole lot of us behind you pushing, and let's see if we can get that 300 million. So thanks very much. Well done. Okay, so we'll just, can I run it from here, Mr. CEO, because it's just this, we've just got to receive it. So the recommendation is that the committee receive the report for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Henson. Any comments, questions? Councillor Shoemaker.
I'd just like to propose an amendment to the motion, that the committee receive this report for information and that a meeting be scheduled.
Councillor Shoemaker, I've sort of preempted. I figured I was going to get a question. So we've...
Oh, you've already put it in.
Yeah, we were playing with it before because there was, and certainly if I can acknowledge Councillor Erkin's email about the community engagements, there's Mayor, through the chair, just jump in. So the 3 targeted engagements for the areas that are directly affected with the potential of infrastructure, and certainly Councillor Erkin circulated an email, I think went to everyone, but with regard to other community engagement. So it was just to, it would be to note the report, identifies the purpose of why the 3 are only on today and tomorrow, and that further community engagement be undertaken for community briefing for those areas that wish, not included in the target information session. So sorry to preempt you, Councillor, but I just figured I'd get a question.
Thank you. I'm happy to add that to my motion. My motion is actually that a meeting be scheduled with the Premier of Queensland to present the report on behalf of the people of the South Bennett with Mayor Otto and Councillor Kirsty Shoemaker. I know we've already got meetings set up already, but we haven't actually taken this to the Premier, and I feel we absolutely should.
Could we do that one as a separate one? Because
Happy
the
to,
report
yeah.
received for
That was-
information, and then, yeah, we'll just drop yours in next. Yeah.
Yes, that was going to be. So happy to move this, and then another motion is what you would like. CEO Mark, I don't, is it?
First one's information, and just noting why they're and allowing for the other communities to have their briefings, and then the second one would be we're on the same page because it would be an add-on to the current ministerial briefings that are trying to organise for the next sittings.
So as the mover, Councillor Shoemaker, you happy with those changes there, and Councillor Henson? Okay, so we'll go to the vote on this one. The committee recommendation, move Councillor Shoemaker, second to Councillor Henson. The committee recommend to Council 1, Councillor Erkins. What do you? Oh, yeah. That the committee receive the report for information and note that the purpose of the stakeholder engagements of 2nd and 3rd of November are targeted at the stakeholders who had engaged in or been part of progressing our identified projects, example, Gordon Brook Dam Irrigation Scheme, Blackbutt Irrigation Scheme, Barlil and Baramba Weirs Project, and 2, further the broader community engagement be undertaken through community briefings for those areas not included in the targeted information sessions. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Councillor Shoemaker, you want to move a...
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. I'd like to move that a meeting be scheduled with the Premier of Queensland to present the report on behalf of the people of the South Burnett with Mayor Otto and Councillor Kirsty Shoemaker. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Erkins. Okay, comments, questions? Don't think so. We can go straight to the committee recommendation. Yeah, okay, we'll go to the vote. Yeah, all those in favour? Beautiful, unanimous, thank you. Okay, well, we're going to break for lunch. Thank you very much again, Matt and Chris. Really appreciate it. And we're going to break for lunch and come back at 2 o'clock. You need that long? Let's say 1:45, 1:45. Yeah, 1:45, resume the meeting. Thank you all very much. I move it.
Yep, I'll second.
Second it. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Righto, welcome back everybody, and I move that we come out of lunch and get back into the meeting at 1:55. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Henson. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. We move on now to agenda item 8.1, Portfolio Natural Resource Management, Rural Services and Agricultural Innovation. And I'll go now to Councillor Henson to present his portfolio. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, pleasure to, pleasure to produce my Natural Resource Management and Rural Services and Agricultural Innovation report. In weed management, new fireweed infestations collected from a rural property near Maidenwell and a housing estate in Kingroy have been officially confirmed by the Queensland Herbarium. A further large infestation on a rural property south of Nanango has also received official identification. And other likely fireweed plants collected from the Gordonbrook and Memorandum districts have been inspected and samples taken for confirmation. Given the distribution and abundance of fireweed in council areas to the south and southeast of our region, combined with the extended growing conditions aiding the persistence of fireweed, through spring we can expect more detections to occur across the South Burnett. Future public fireweed awareness sessions are planned for the November period to improve the knowledge base and identification skills of landowners and the general public. In feral animal management, cessation of the state government supplied 1080 solution will occur on the 31st of December 2022. Any state government supplied 1080 held by council after this date cannot be legally used, and council will be responsible for the disposal of any state supplied 1080 solution still on hand prior to the 31st of December 2022. And future 1080 supplies to allow council to continue to provide 1080 baiting services to landowners will need to be purchased from commercial suppliers. In extension and awareness, council has developed and erected foot and mouth disease awareness posters at key locations around the region. Sale yards and popular public rest areas were targeted for the erection of the awareness signage, and work is underway to provide more information on emergency animal diseases through council's website. These additions will provide more accessibility to the public on symptoms and reporting for a number of high-risk disease such as African swine fever, foot and mouth and lumpy skin disease. In a Queensland Feral Pest Initiative, that's the QFPI, the Building in Invasive Species Management Alliance project was officially launched through the dissemination of a regional media release. Key project milestones to date include the creation of a multi-partner project steering committee and advertising for a project coordinator. The rollout of the Alliance project will assist in examining and demonstrating how we can build stronger regional biosecurity frameworks through creating more grassroots collaborative arrangements. Lessons learnt from such an approach will help inform a potential model that could further apply within and across our council regions and in other areas of Australia. And on that, we're going to bring to council, I think on the 5th of December, an interesting session in relation to feral pest management. Environmental health compliance. Environmental health was completed the annual food licence renewals with assistance from Waste Administration team to assist processing the renewal documentation. There are only 3 outstanding renewals that are being followed up and notices issued. This has been a fantastic outcome for this year, and there is normally around 20 plus businesses that do not fulfil the legislative renewal requirements, and it is a credit to the hard work put in by the team, even when other items are outstanding. And in other matters, a new environmental health officer in training has started with council this month. Over the coming months, the officer will be trained up to be able to support the environmental health team, and this will assist with the high demand area of legislative tasks that are devolved to this session of council. There is currently a contractor on board assisting with attending to the backlog of customer requests, which has been a result of the annual food licensing inspection tasks and the reduced resources within the team. Environmental health officers have been assisting with the local disaster management group in the evacuation centre coordination preparation for the upcoming wet season. Ghosts, does that mean it's going to get wetter? Don't you like that? The upcoming wet season. This item takes one officer offline to assist in this space, requiring non-urgent matters being put on hold, including customer requests. It is anticipated that over the coming months, with the vacant environmental health officer role being filled and environmental health officer contracted, that the backlog to actioning customer complaints and inquiries will be reduced significantly. Environmental health still, however, receives valuable feedback from customers, thanking environmental health officers for their customer service and the high level of assistance that is provided. It is the goal to recommence key public health tasks such as the mosquito surveillance program and proactive tasks including food safety and environmental health risk programs to prevent the public health and environmental incidences in the community. I just note on the tail of that report, Deputy Mayor, they talk about the wet season. As you made comment earlier on this morning, 40 odd inches so far this year, just an absolute phenomenal amount of rain. And we haven't finished the year yet. We've still got 2 months to go. Don't know whether my colleagues in the public have seen on social media, someone put a post up driving in the flooded waters in a Mitsubishi Triton ute and got washed away the other day. And they videoed it all and put it on social media. Now, you heard me say a month or so ago, one morning coming to a general meeting, I come across a ute that was in flooded waters. That person has been fined. So there are serious implications, and I can't stress enough, we have a wet season, we're going to get wetter. If it's flooded, forget it. With that, Deputy Mayor, I'd like my Natural Resource Management, Rural Services and Agricultural Innovation report be accepted. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, any questions? Councillor Duff.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Jones, just wanted to flag the fact that I think it's at the next Liveability Standing Committee. It's to do with feral animals, because I went to the Packajaringa. It was a meet and greet for the Kingaroy Chamber, and they raised to get a pig bounty. So I've just wanted to flag that on the back of the foot and mouth issues and all of that, I've got a notice of motion coming. I think it's to the Liveability one, which is next week, on a bounty, potential bounty. So just want to flag that. Thank you. Good report. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Any other comments before we go to the vote? Okay, all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 8.2, Natural Resource Management Operational Update, and the officer's recommendation that the National Resource Management Operational Update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henchen, second to Councillor Potter. Any questions, comments, or General Manager wish to speak to anything? All good? It's all there in front of you? Yep. Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Okay, item 9.1, our portfolio, Rural Resilience and Disaster Recovery, Parks, Gardens, Property, Facility Management and First Nation Affairs Portfolio Report. And I'll go to Councillor Duff now to present her report.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. In Parks, ongoing weather conditions have affected the Parks and Gardens staff schedules. With many parks too wet and boggy to mow, our very resilient Parks and Gardens staff are attending to many other tasks, including spring plantings, spraying to maintain weeds from turfed areas, and streetscape plantings and maintenance. The community's tolerance is greatly appreciated during these unprecedented weather patterns. Designs and upgrades to temporary flats at Nanenga are progressing well, with officers meeting on site recently to discuss the upgrades. These upgrades are an important commitment by Council for the upgrades to be completed for Nanenga's 175th celebrations. Council's Christmas trees are being taken out of storage and dusted off in preparation for erection around the region's towns. Property and Facility Management, I'm pleased to announce that the official opening of the squash courts for the PCYC Mergen on the 11th of October There was a great turnout of local community for the event. The squash courts are a great asset to the community, and the repairs will ensure the community will continue to enjoy playing squash into the future. Playscape creations are progressing on the Wando Pool splash play area. Slab for the splash play area is scheduled to be poured in the coming weeks. This is a milestone for the development as it continues to take shape. Monja Hall re-stumping is well advanced with about a quarter of the stumps replaced. The contractor has been engaged for replacement of Geelong toilet septic system. This job involves extensive earthworks, but the job is expected to be completed before Christmas, subject to weather conditions and supply of materials. And that concludes my report, and I'd like to move that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, councillor. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson, any questions, councillors? Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 9.2, our Regional Drought Resilience Planning Program, Round 2. Now, this is a massive report, and the officer's recommendation that the council note this report for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconder. Councillor Henson, comments and questions, councillors? Councillor Duff, are you wanting to speak or? No, you got your light on, that's all.
Oh.
So any questions, councillors? This report goes right through until page 244, if I'm correct. So huge report, absolute huge amount of work gone into that. It's our Regional Drought Resilience Planning Program. So we have our mover and seconder, so the committee's recommendation that the... Oh, sorry, Councillor Shoemaker. Yep.
Sorry, I was just trying to find my page.
Yeah.
There were so many pages. Yeah, thank you for the report. So from what I understand, we've been invited to participate in putting together our own plan as per the Australian Government's Future Drought Fund opportunities. I just read, so page 243, that local governments are encouraged to establish their own multidisciplinary resilience working group to transition community and climate-related disaster resilience to front of mind in all local government functions. So from what I read in the report, our council officers may help in preparing this drought resilience plan. I guess it's probably a question to CEO Mark. I just wondered, is there a proposal to put together a working group, or how's this actually going? Who's going to be leading this, and how will council provide strategic input, or is there going to be something come forward for our consideration? I noticed that RICO is the lead consultation working with Regional Queensland. Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering who's heading this up. Sorry, CEO Mark. Who's heading this up, and how do we provide input into the plan?
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Today, it is a significant body of information in there. It's to bring it together. It's part of and coming out of drought. We had through the previous rounds of drought funding was where that work with BIEDO for the adverse impacts, the adverse impact plan. We've got the draft agricultural strategy. We've got a number of these elements coming together through General Manager O'May's department. Now all those elements will need to be brought together into what does this look like as each one of those plans are adopted and they dovetail into each other. What does it all look like? So resilience is the new buzzword for one, and I don't mean that rudely, but it just is everywhere. Is to how do we operate in this space, and how do we bring all this? And we've got that strategic framework through a progression of work being built upon one upon the other. This then, because we will go into drought again. It's inevitable. Getting these strategic documents and then I suppose work plans, for a better term. It's probably not the best term, but work plans to go forward is what happens when that comes around again. So short answer is it's the Liveability Department will end up in the lead in this space, and we'll be bringing all those other strategic documents
we're asked to provide the report about the program, and it's presented today for councillors' information, and there will definitely be further information come as to how they all come together.
Yeah, thank you. I am just so mindful. There are so many. We've met with Red Earth, FRRR. I know there are a number of people working in this space, and I guess I'm very keen not to see us duplicate things, but actually work collaboratively. So there is a lot of information in there in the report, and you know, I'd hate to see us develop another plan or strategy that just ends up on a shelf. So I'm very keen to work together and see that local leadership and regional coordination come together some way. And it's good to see DAF will be at the table with these. So yeah, probably keen just to see more information come through as it evolves. Thank you.
No more questions, councillors. So the Regional Drought Resilience Planning Program Round 2, moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Henshin, that the council note this report for information. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Portfolio Parks and Gardens, item 10, 10.1, QE2 Park Design and Plan. That the officer's recommendation that the draft design of QE2 Park Mergen be received and adopted by council. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Shoemaker. Comments, questions? Councillor Duff.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, just concerned about this actual design, because it's not exactly what was put up by the Mergen people. It's just I think there was a breakdown in communication between what happened was during the whole change from in the structure, and now Manager Leanne has taken over. In that time, there was no feedback provided on this particular plan, and some of the stuff in the plan is not exactly what was. It's never been back to the community, so I don't really want to adopt this plan because it's not exactly what they wanted, and perhaps Manager Leanne can elaborate on that. But basically the picnic shelters, the central footpath, and additional access to the rotunda, with including stamped lily pads, which I noticed in that report in the concept plan. Park lighting, new tree locations, bike racks, but because we're getting new shade shelters, they're a different colour to the roof on the Visitor Information Centre and also the roof on the rotunda. So in this plan, there's no repainting the roof of the Visitor Information Centre, which would need to be done to make it look like it all matched, and also the repainting of the rotunda, because it's going to stand out like it's like the green roof. It needs to be silver, so that needs to be included in the design. Also, there was interpretive signage, which is not included here anywhere, which was just similar to the park in Gingin. There was the concept plans that Mergen had put forward was to have that interpretive signage along either side of the footpath, and then to repair the crossover in front of the Visitor Information Centre. That was also part of the project, which I think is included in one of these designs, but I don't think that the design reflects entirely what the community wanted, and I'd just be keen to hear Manager Leanne's comments around that.
Yep, through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, it has been a difficult project to work through. There's limited notes and information from the community consultation that was ran initially for the consultant and myself to check in on the consultant's development of the plan. So yeah, we've tried to do the best I can with the information that I have through just talking through with yourself and a couple of members of Mergen. The plan that we have, I hope, picks up most of the things. Certainly I understand the interpretive signage, and I think the interpretive signage probably needs a lot more work in terms of how that can be positioned throughout the park. There seemed to be information and ideas that there was going to be a fair bit of interpretive signage to the most eastern end of the Mergen QE2. Now, we've actually just left that off at this stage until we actually get some more information about what are we trying to put on the interpretive sign, how much detail, what sort of stories are we preparing. So I sort of thought that the long wall that was to the far eastern end, which says plaques and information on the outer sections of the wall, that's probably where there was going to be some interpretive signage. But so that's one thing I could certainly say is not included throughout all of the walkways on the QE2 park. So happy for that. I certainly would suggest going back for further community consultation would be a good idea, just to get some input into the concept plan, just because we have had that sort of feedback or transition, from one manager over to another. So just so we get the concept plan right. In terms of your comment about the painting on the roof, I would imagine when we were working through the colour schemes for the shelters, there seemed to be a fair bit of positive feedback from the community members of Mergen suggesting that they wanted the facilities, the shelters, to look very much like that of Lions Park, which is just a basic silver coloured shelter roof with the timber coated look on the posts. Which we've taken on that board, and I've taken that on board. But definitely that would not match the rotunda roof or the roof of the other buildings that's on that parcel of land, as they are pale green. So when the painting is due on those rooftops, that's when we would address the painting. With the limited money that you also have for this project, it's difficult for us to I suppose, work out how we're going to fund all of that in this project. Because initially stage one was $140,000. So as I mentioned at a previous meeting, you're probably looking about $350,000 at the moment. So yeah, I mean, we can take more on board to get it in the concept plan. So we can not down there where there's some interpretive signs. We can talk about changing the colour of roofs. But we can't afford it, so we have to pull back on the works unless you've got some other alternative funding program in mind. So we're just trying to work with the budget we've got and something that is achievable this financial year as well, is my understanding. There was a fair bit of push from the community to get this project up and going. So certainly we thought the footpath and the shelters, replanting some of the trees. You've also got the concern about the Moreton Bay figs that are planted in this park. They will actually grow very large and up into the power lines, which is a big issue for QE2. So council, we do need to probably go back to the community and talk about the removal of the figs from this park and what that would look like and how the community feels about that. Our recommendation, if we are going to move the Moreton Bay figs out of QE2, it's actually a relocation of the figs. Moreton Bay figs are a beautiful tree. They are local to our area. Moreton Bay figs grow from the Wye Bay Burnett all the way through down Moreton Bay into northern New South Wales. And they are a landscape park tree, and they have been purposely planted in Mergen because of the beautiful street in the park, but unfortunately their root systems and the size of the tree are going to interfere with your infrastructure going forward. So yeah, one of the considerations is the complete removal of those trees and replacement of those trees with a more suitable species. We have got a quotation on that to be included in this project. That is something that it is feasible. But yes, just initially we are looking here today, as discussed at the previous meetings, you were looking for a concept plan and you were keen to actually adopt something quickly so we could fast track part of the QE2. So happy to take council's feedback on and we can certainly go back and consult with the community and get some feedback on this concept plan. Happy to do that, but we would not be able to implement any works until the plan is adopted.
So what I'm hearing is we're nowhere near ready. Not we've got a lot of work to do. And Councillor Duff, are you prepared? Where do you want to leave this on the table? How do we progress from here?
So it's not actually that we're not ready. It's we know what we want. It's just that we can't afford it. So there's bike racks, there's repainting the roof of the visitor information centre and the rotunda, there's interpretive signage, there's the repair, the crossover in front of the Vic. So all of that stuff is all being discussed and certainly just part of the plan, except that in this plan, it's not, like this has got retaining walls and all sorts of things, which is not what the Mergen people even discussed. So I just don't know, the dot points here are not what's here. These pictures, and you've got retaining walls and walls on rotundas, that's not, none of that is what is just in this basic stuff, which is all they want. So that's where the confusion is. We are actually ready as anything to do it.
Well, I think I don't think we've got any, I think there's a lot of work to do on a concept plan by the sounds, but the community need to get together with staff. Is that a fair comment?
Look,
Acting Minister?
yeah, and you've got to remember you've engaged a landscape architect and someone that listens to all the different views of the community. And what they try to do is look at walking patterns, seating patterns, how the people use the park as well. So they're coming up with ideas for consideration to include in the concept plan to improve the I suppose the functionality of the park, but also trying to beautify it at the same time. So yes, there are some curved walls in there with some seating on them to accommodate for future development of the park and extra people to sit in the park, so they may choose not to sit in the shelter. You know, and yes, the normal step I would have thought would be you go back to the community and discuss this with the community and illustrate to them and demonstrate to them the benefits of some of those additional items. But when it comes down to prioritisation, we may not be able to fund that until stage 2 or stage 3 in future years. So, and I see that in a lot of concept plans that you have, you may not be actually able to fund all components, but it's in the plan for us to work towards for the future. So, yeah, it's difficult for me as an officer or as a manager to say that this is exactly what the community did or didn't say. I was not present. And as I said, there's limited notation or information available to myself to actually talk to the consultant about whether or not this was to be included or not included. The consultant had came back and spent additional time in Mergen talking to other users that were using the park. So he's probably seeing that there was additional people wanting more seating through the park. So yes, we have got it to a point. I can understand you want to fast track this project and start to see some on-ground works. But for us to make modifications to the concept plan here today, I would suggest that we would have to go back and talk to the community and confirm those items, and also confirm with the community about their understanding that the fig trees are to be potentially removed and replaced with other trees as well. So that would be probably the suggestion I would have if you're wanting additional items included into the concept plan.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Manager Leanne. I certainly appreciate the work you've done on this. I guess this is the first time I've actually seen the concept plan, so I was just keen to sort of absorb, because I really do appreciate this one. The one in the agenda was a bit hard to follow, so I just want to be clear. So the first stage, did you say 140? I thought it was 240,000. No.
That won't be all up, but yeah, it's
140,000.
140 for stage 2. Yeah.
So just with I guess I'm really nervous about this because A, it's the first time I've seen it, and B, I understand the community's strong interest in getting this project done quickly. However, I'm very mindful that any time we try to do that, we normally end up in a situation where we've delivered something that the community didn't want. That's certainly what I've experienced in the last couple of years. I think this is a great start, and I would much prefer see us go out and have some more conversations with the community about the plan here before us to make sure that that's sort of part of the vision that they were trying to create, and then appropriately scope it and determine what can actually be delivered in the first stage, because I'm concerned at the moment if we create the expectation that that this is the plan and this is what we're going to deliver, I'd be concerned that the community would be disappointed in council when they only got some of the works done. And I guess I would like to understand as well, in terms of leading into our budget discussions or whatever, what the next stages might look like and how we may actually fund them. So I'm happy to receive the draft design. However, I would like to suggest, with the leave of Councillor Potter, that be received and that further community consultation be undertaken. To finalise such. I guess I'm thinking about the time frame as well. I'm mindful that we've had the discussion in our last meeting that the community wants this delivered by June. I think, you know, if it is planting trees or whatever aspect of it, that may be a possibility, but we don't really know that because we don't have a clear project plan or scope. I think you've done an amazing job with what you've gotten. So I'm thinking about time frame, General Manager Leanne, in terms of community consultation with everything that's on up until Christmas. You know, do we use Christmas as an opportunity? What's your thinking? Is it something that we try to do during the Christmas festival or that's held in Mergen? Open to your views in terms of what that might look like, and mindful that you might need to bring information back. But
Yes, thanks. Very difficult. I mean, we're just committed and booked in our community consultation for Kingaroy, which is, 8 weeks of intense community consultation, shop front type of arrangement. We have a huge amount of capital works we are trying to lock in at the moment, leading into Christmas. So, yeah, to go back to the community, I think we can certainly do that probably before Christmas. It won't be extensive, but there will be. We could have a couple of meetings up in the park and try to run something through. What I would like to do, the best and fastest process for us is the call flute arrangement with a QR code with a bit of a survey attached to it, because as people pass through the community, whether they're travellers or families or school kids or business people, they can quickly just log on and provide us with some feedback. So I do find that is quite successful to get around a variety of stakeholders rather than just the people, just the business owners or just a school group. So once again, not being part of the initial community consultation process, I don't know how wide that was, but this is an important park of Mergen. I would have thought that maybe the community consultation did stretch out a little bit further than just the main street. And yeah, you're trying to get that feedback from users and visitors as well. So I'd have to just have a look, but yeah, we would try to do some form of community consultation before Christmas, and then bring a report back to council with that, because you're going to have to engage the consultant to also make those changes to the concept plan and then bring that back. And that has been one of our difficulties, is trying to get that back from the consultant because of their huge workload as well. So it's going to take several months before we would be able to bring this back to council. I'm suggesting it would probably be February or March before we would have a revised plan back for council's adoption.
So our options are either A, council adopts this and we just go full steam ahead and build it, noting that some conversations were had, or option B is that we take this and we have the conversation with the community about whether this is actually what they really want. And that's, I guess I'm looking at you, Councillor Duff. I certainly didn't attend any of the community consultations about this park. So I'm a bit nervous about endorsing a plan that, particularly after the amount of consultation we had to have with regards to the Wandai Christmas tree, you know, I know how emotive community is about assets like these in the centre of their park. So
through you, Deputy Mayor, I'd just like to respond to that. The community, I can tell you that if we go back to consultation, the community will be absolutely angry. We have done so much consultation. We went out to the community, we put it out there, we had meetings in the park, we had all of this stuff. Where it got held up was the designer he designed the first part and then he said he needed a drone. And we waited, I don't know, it would have been the best part, almost 12 months because they wanted to put a drone over to do the whole, instead of just doing the end up towards the information centre end, they wanted to do the whole lot. So, and we waited, it would have been 12 months, I reckon, for a drone to come. And then in the meantime, I've been back to the community with, and they've just said they just want the picnic shelters, the central footpath, the park lighting and all this stuff that Manager Leanne has suggested. It's just that the plan that the original designer did it's got more than what the community actually wanted. All they want was the central footpath, the trees removed, and everybody wants the trees removed because they're a trip hazard. They're going to buckle up all the concrete edging, and they're just the wrong tree. And when they were first planted, the community said, we hope that they're not Moreton Bay figs, and they were told that they weren't Moreton Bay figs. And so now they are, it's been discovered they are Moreton Bay figs. The community are angry about that. So, well, they just...
We need to wrap this up.
Anyway, so basically, I just think to accept the draft plan and move forward with it, because I just think if we go back to consultation, like they've been consulted from, like it would have been over 12 months ago that we did a whole series of consultation. And they just waited and waited. And when I took it to the business meeting, they said, can we just do it? Just do the path and all this stuff here, the picnic shelter, the central footpath, the park lighting and the new tree locations. So that's all, they all agreed to that. The only thing I just can't understand is why we've got retaining walls and all sorts of things in this. There's extra stuff that they didn't even ask for.
Okay, Councillor, Councillor Henshin, we need to wrap this up.
I'm keen, all right. Bring to your attention the work that went into the Cumbia streetscape and the Wandai roundabout, where we spent 9 days with that Wandai roundabout, sitting in the street, outside the grocery store, outside the council office down there. We had multiple facts and figures on questionnaires and surveys, and I've not seen that here. There's been a great deal of work put into this, obviously, and I would imagine with retainer walls, there's a reasonable gradient on that part, like there is on the roundabout in Wandai. So I would assume that the retainer walls would lend itself to the design of that being on that slope in that part. Obviously, a deal of work has gone into this design. But yeah, if you want to go back to community consultation, I'd suggest you're going to be building this sometime next year, not any sooner. So
I've got a suggestion. Sorry. Why don't we just do the east one and not, because the east one hasn't got the retaining walls. It's the other one that's got the retaining walls. And that's the one we've got the money for, is the east one. Mergen Concept Plan Section East.
That's right, councillor. You've got funding, you've got the $150,000 for concept one, or stage one, which is the east, and then you have $140,000 for the west section. So we can leave the retaining walls off. And as I said, I would suggest to you that if you wanted to progress, it's really just picnic shelters, central footpathing, park lighting, and the new tree location. That's all we're going to be able to afford. And as we move forward and we look at the retaining walls, as I said before, we have a discussion about where are these locations going to be more suitable for your signage, and it could be, I'm mindful that it's going to be very congested in this park, so retaining walls and additional signage will be probably too much, so we need to work through that, and the best thing to do is work through that once we've got the other infrastructure in place, because then we can see how the park is functioning, how the markets are using the park, how people are moving through the park, and it could be that the signage and the retaining walls may not be there, or the signage may be placed in a different location. So maybe that evolves over time. And it could be that we remove the couple of red lines of the retaining walls from this actual initial concept plan, and you're adopting a concept plan without the retaining walls, and then you can progress with those couple of items.
All right, so can I suggest that the committee recommend to council that the draft design of QE2 Park, Mergen Concept Plan Section East, which is what Councillor Duff is reporting, and somehow identify that those four dot points there are to be constructed. Would that be fair enough? Be received and adopted, council, and then if I hand that over to Kimberley to write in picnic shelters, central footpath and additional access to Rotunda, park lighting and new tree locations in that. So do you...
The only thing, Deputy Mayor, there's definitely a further notice of motion as to work. So today's was just about the, I'll knock to Councillor Duff, but today's about the design. I think there's going to be a whole separate discussion about what gets built very shortly.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. So, Councillor Duff, are you happy? You're not moving the motion, but are you happy with that result? Councillor Potter and Councillor Shoemaker, are you happy with the recommendation at that? Okay, so we'll all go there now. Councillor Potter, as the mover, you happy? All good? We can go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. All right, 11.1, Facilities and Parks Operational Update. That the Facilities and Parks Operational Update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkin, seconder. Councillor Potter. It's all there for you to see. Acting GM, Leanne, do you have anything to add before? Yep.
No further items to add.
Yep. So everyone is happy with the operational update? No questions? Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 11.2, Kingaroy Memorial Park Dog Park Relocation. The officer's recommendation that the committee recommends to council that 1, the options of a new dog park location be discussed while implementing the Kingaroy Memorial Park and Pool Master Plan community consultation over the next 3 months. And 2, a report be brought back to council standing committee meeting in March on the preferred option for dog park location in Kingaroy. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconder. Councillor Erkins, comments, questions, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, I did have some questions about this one. So really we are going, I just wanted to confirm the consultation piece. So the options for a new dog park be discussed. I guess I wanted to understand with who. Was that with council? Is it community consultation, and what is that part of your Kingaroy Memorial Park consultation, or is this separate consultation? I'm just very mindful of how these things get confused, and I just would like to be clear as to who are we talking to and what does that look like?
Sure, councillor. So while we're undertaking the Community Memorial Park Pool Master Plan community consultation over the next 3 months, the community we're going to be advising them that the existing dog park is proposed not to be a memorial park. So what we're trying to do at the same time is say to the community that we're across that, and we've got 3 other potential options in Kingaroy that we've identified, and there could be a 4th one out there that the community might identify yet, but we wanted to put forward that there's 3 potential options for a dog park. So while we're doing that community consultation, we wanted to have a question on the survey and have some maps up in our display saying these are some alternative options. What is the community's preferred option if we were to relocate the dog park out of Memorial Park for the future development of Memorial Park and the pool? We've identified that space for other purposes. So yeah, it was making sure that the dog park's not forgotten about, that we've identified that it needs to be discussed in the community and we get some feedback, and then that would be brought back to council for future consideration.
Thank you. I'm just thinking, just in terms of that discussion, could we add a 4th point, which is, you know, other locations, like if community recognises something that's already working. I think the options that are put up are good, and yeah, I just think it would be good. Thank you.
Oops, thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah,
Councillor Erkins?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. One of the things with the dog park, I think there's a difference between someone taking their dog for a walk and someone taking their dog to the dog park where they let them off lead and the dogs go and play. So you're going to have to make a decision. Does that mean that Memorial Park you're going to look at no dogs in the park? Because you're not. Okay.
No, my understanding that people can take their dog on a leash in any public park. This is a dog park where it's a fenced area where they can take their dog off the leash.
Okay, so we've got the recommendation there in front of us, moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Erkin, that the committee recommends to council that 1, the options for a new dog park location be discussed whilst implementing the Kingaroy Memorial Park and Pool Master Plan community consultation over the next 3 months, and 2, a report be brought back to council standing committee meeting in March on the preferred option for dog park location in Kingaroy. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 11.3, petition, Mergen Dog Park. The officer's recommendation that the committee recommends to council that 1, public consultation be undertaken to seek community input into possible location of a dog park, and 2, a dog park in Mergen be designed and costed for consideration in the 23-24 budget. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconder. Councillor Potter, report there, all the information. Anybody? Councillors, questions, comments? Councillor Shoemaker.
Just time frame. I'm just so mindful that we're trying to fit so much in between now and Christmas. So is this planned to be a response into the new year? It's in response to the petition. Just, I guess, chasing exactly what we're seeking from people here. I think it's clear that they want a dog park. We're seeking where it may go, and yeah, what the time frame may be is my question.
Certainly, we would not be able to undertake the community consultation on a dog park in Mergen before Christmas. It would be something that we would look at next year. We're yet to identify suitable land options as we have for Kingaroy, so we need to do that for Mergen, and also look at the space that we've got and what sort of costs may be involved in that. But certainly, we wouldn't embark on this until after Christmas.
Councillor Duff.
Just wanted to quickly say that prior to you Manager Leanne in this space, we actually had consultation with Manager Mark Watt with the dog people, and there was a spot identified, which is probably the only spot suitable in Mergen, which is down from the caravan park. So there is more or less one spot there where the old Rotary Park used to be. That was pretty much where everybody agreed after taking all the people who wanted the dogs park around. That was pretty much what the only spot suitable. So I just wanted to let you know that that's probably already been sorted.
Yep, so happy to take that on board, what we'll do is we will work through a costing and bring it back for the 2023-24 budget consideration, and council can consider that at the budget.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker, are you wishing to... You're all good? All righty, so we have it there in front of us. The committee recommendation moved by Councillor Duff, seconded by Councillor Potter, that the committee recommend to council that 1, public consultation be undertaken to seek community input into possible location of a dog park, and 2, a dog park in Mergen be designed and costed for consideration in the 23-24 budget. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. 11.4, Kingaroy Depot Workshop Roller Door Replacement. The officer's recommendation that the committee recommend to council that council 1, agree to replace the roller door to prevent safety and security issues, and 2, reallocate the cost of replacement $23,346.18 from the Cloyna Hall CapEx budget, and that this capital item be placed in the 23-24 capital program. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, second to Councillor Henson. Comments, questions? Councillor Duff.
I would like to move whether it's I don't know now, it's a foreshadowed motion or something, but I wanted to
It'll be an amendment, Councillor.
amendment, that reallocate the cost of replacement. So point number 1, agree to replace the roller door to prevent safety and security issues, and 2, reallocate the cost of replacement $23,346.18, which is not included in existing budget allocations from the Building Department Depreciation Fund, and 3, spend the 22-23 budget allocation for the Cloyna Hall on preventative drainage works before doing the internal and external restoration.
Councillor, are you referring to the internal restorations on Cloyna Hall? Is that...
Yes, I'm referring to Cloyna Hall. Spend the 22-23 budget allocation for the Cloyna Hall on preventative drainage works before doing the internal and external restoration. Sorry, before doing the internal and external restoration.
Can I just ask, Acting GM, the 22-23 budget allocation, what's that?
Sure, Council. So several months ago, we brought a report back to Council on the Cloyna Hall. The Cloyna Hall has a large amount of movement in the hall due to the shrinking and swelling of the soils and the constant water that is around the Cloyna Hall. Unfortunately, the problem we have with the Cloyna Hall is that it needs to be monitored over a period of time, like it is a lot to do with the soil type. We did put a report to council that we propose to bring in an engineer to, once we have got some of that monitoring of that information, and have an engineer's report pulled together on the options for actually addressing some of those issues for Cloyna Hall. Now, because of all the rain and the ongoing rain, the site is actually not drying out. So we're not getting that sort of movement back in the hall at the moment because we haven't had the drying. We've just had the wet. So we're not actually seeing the large movements in that hall at the moment. So this Cloyna Hall will need to have something done, but it won't be happening in the 23-24 budget period because we just cannot get the ground to actually dry out enough to see what the movement is to design what is the solution for the actual hall. So yeah, this project will be coming back later on as a deferred project into the 23-24 period because it will not be happening in the 22-23 budget just because of the weather events that's not allowing us to see that high level of movement in this facility like it was probably 2 or 3 years ago.
So, again, the amount of money that's in the 22-23 budget allocation, is there an amount there that we've got allocated already, or?
Yes, that's correct. There's $80,000 budgeted for Cloyna Hall works. That's why we were suggesting of taking the 23,346 from the Coiner Hall, back and address this workplace health and safety matter as a matter of urgency. So if you don't do that, we would have to take we would have to ask council to consider taking the $23,000 out of the building restricted cash. And when we do our budget review or third quarter budget review, we would update council and suggest that the $80,000 would not be spent this financial year and postpone that for consideration in future years, because, as I said, the ground there is just way too wet for us to actually do anything meaningful to address the building issues.
So, Councillor Duff.
So I spoke to Troy Deneen. I also spoke to Roger Webber, and what they're saying is at the moment, if you go to the hall, it's just the hall is just covered in water because council needs to fix the drainage, and until we fix the drainage, the hall is just completely undermined because it's just a quagmire. It's almost like sitting in a dam. So they're saying, why don't you fix the drainage? Because it's actually then, because it's in this wet situation, then inside the walls are buckling. It's practically going to wreck the hall unless we fix the drainage. So that's why I've put the preventative drainage, because they're saying the reason why it's sitting in the water is because the drainage hasn't been done.
So my question then would be $80,000, if I'm correct in where the Coiner Hall is. It's in the middle on that big sweeping corner. And no, Coiner Hall, no, it's not on a big sweeping corner, but would it be feasible that a table drain be pushed around to take the water out and all that? Would $80,000 be needed? GM, Meehan and I.
56.
Yeah.
Probably not. I think the best thing to do is we will continue to investigate and sort out the drainage with the 80,000, and you'll have to take this 23,000 from your building restricted cash until we investigate and cost out the full project for Coiner Hall.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. I'm actually comfortable with the first motion, being that there are many variables yet to understand with the Coiner Hall. I'm hearing the message that the project will have to be deferred to 23-24. If there are immediate drainage concerns with the Coiner Hall, I do feel we need to investigate those. Like I was thinking perhaps putting something in here along those lines to, report back to council in relation to any drainage or immediate works that need to be done. Unfortunately, what I've seen in my time at council is that this isn't uncommon for us to take projects that we've got in queue, and at the moment with the current pressures say, well, we can't complete that, so we're going to have to reallocate the funds. I know we're all very committed to Coiner Hall and delivering the outcomes for the Coiner Hall committee and community, and really do want to see that come together. But to sort of give them a budget of $23,000 and not really know if it's going to be enough to fix the problem, and to know now with the information that we've got that the project's got to be deferred anyway, I'm supportive of the original motion. Just with the leave of Councillor Potter and Councillor Henson, I'm hearing what Councillor Duff has said in relation to those drainage concerns, and perhaps we need to do, I don't know whether you take it on notice or whether it needs to be in the motion, but just something to report back in relation to if there are any drainage issues that need imminent resolution. We need to get onto those straight away, no doubt. But yeah, I'm nervous to just go sort of allocating money from one bucket into another and switching things around when we know that we can't achieve this. I think we've just got to get realistic with our capital works program, unfortunately, and reassure the Coiner Hall committee that we are committed to that project, and once it dries out, that will be a future project. That's my thinking anyhow.
Thanks, Councillor. We need a seconder for this recommendation. Do we have a seconder to the amendment that Councillor Duff has moved, Councillor Henchen. So we'll go quickly to Councillor Potter and Councillor Erkins, and then we'll deal with that amendment and then see how that goes. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. Through you. So I just want to get this right. So we've got $80,000 in the kitty through you, Deputy Mayor, probably to GM Peters, Acting GM Peterson. Just with regards to, we've got, from what I understand, we've got $80,000 in the kitty for Clonah Hall. We are planning on taking out $23,346.18 from that. That'll leave us roughly $56,654.
Roughly.
Yeah, give or take a couple of cents, in the kitty for Clonah Hall. And out of that money, we need to do the drainage for a first instance, which will still leave. And if that drainage is, say, I'm just going to pluck a figure here, do not take my word. If just say the drainage is only $20,000, that'll still leave like $36,000 in that kitty for Clonah Hall that we can actually start fixing that up after we've sorted the drainage. Thank you.
Councillor Erkins.
Yeah, I wanted to actually ask what the drainage issues were. I've never been to the hall, so what?
Just a very low-lying area where the water comes through that landscape. Yeah, so, and it's black soil, so the water does sit there. You'll find that over a period of time, like a lot of our halls, that area does start to sink. And yeah, water does run to the low spots. So we've got the same issue at Coyner, we had the same issue at Geelong. We're slowly fixing those issues up, and when there's high moisture like that and then it dries, moisture dries, it's causing major movement in the building. So we get a lot
Is it on a slab or on stumps?
Oh, it's on timber stumps.
Timber stumps. I mean, I can't see that Councillor Potter's idea wasn't a good idea. I would think that we could just do that, have the drainage attended to, fix the wall, and we've still got money left to start doing some stuff.
Okay, Councillor Duff, chance to wrap up on your amendment.
The reason why I'm pushing for us to actually keep the money for the Clonah Hall is because then if you do the drainage situation, fix it up, then you can just use the rest of the money which was allocated to fix the internal walls, because otherwise they're buckling and it's just compromising the whole, as you would know, compromising the whole building. So I believe from the locals that it's sort of like an urgent situation, that you can't just keep, the more that we leave the situation the way it is, the drainage and then the walls, the worse it's going to cost long term. So just keen to get that money and fix it up properly now, rather than waiting until it's going to cost a whole heap more, because it's already got I think one wall's buckled. It could end up being, more walls start to buckle, and then you've got way more work to do. That's my concern.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, so the amendment that we're about to go to the vote on, moved by Councillor Duff, second by Councillor Henchen, that the committee recommend to Council that Council 1, agree to replace the roller door to prevent safety and security issues, and 2, reallocate the cost of replacement, $23,346.18, which is not included in existing budget allocation from the Building Department Depreciation Fund, and 3, spend the 22-23 budget allocation for the Clonah Hall on preventative drainage works before doing the internal and external restoration. Go to the vote. All those in favour? No. Again, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Duff. Against? The remainder of the chamber, Councillor Shoemaker, Erkins, Potter, Henchen and myself, Councillor Jones. Okay, so now we go back to the original recommendation Moved by councillor Potter, seconded by councillor Henson, that the committee recommend to council that council 1, agree to replace the roller door to prevent safety and security issues, and 2, reallocate the cost of replacement $23,346.18 from the Cloyna Hall CapEx budget, and that this capital item be placed in the 23-24 capital program. We've had considerable conversation, but again,
Can we add into that then that if we've got that extra money that the drainage is done?
Mr CEO, can I be guided?
That's what I was going to say.
So I think that's Councillor Potter had a light on as well, but yeah, a third dot point, if the mover and seconder and with the leave of the meeting is that the drainage be addressed, yeah, because it's certainly been raised.
Councillor Erkins, I'll come back to you. Councillor Potter, you had your light on. Do you want us to speak?
Well, actually, Councillor Erkins stole my thunder. Thank you very much. Yes, that's exactly what we wanted to put down there, that we do address the drainage. And then, so that means that the extra allocation, the money that we're spending from the doors, the 23,346, then from the next budget. So, as I said, Cloyna Hall will have 56,000 left. Whatever we use for drainage, taken off that. But then we're going to put an extra 23,346 back into the Cloyna Hall budget in the 23-24 budget. Is that in the 20? What year are we in? In the next budget. Yeah. Thank you.
So, councillor, your third point is that the drainage be addressed at the Cloyna Hall, with the remainder of the $80,000 allocation. Would that be fair to say, GM or CEO? Mr. CEO, can I be guided? Does that read as though what we're trying to achieve here?
I would say with any remaining funds from the $80,000 allocation, up the top, Kim, with any remaining funds from the $80,000 allocation, get rid of end the balance. Oh yeah, get rid of all that bit. Allocations to be utilised on hall restorations. And you've got I don't know whether you want to, how in depth you want to get, Deputy Mayor. You've got 24,000 being put definitely into next year's budget as it is. Well, it's in point 2 already, Kim, so we don't need it twice. So you spend your remaining money this year and then allocate again in 23-24.
No. Councillor Potter and Councillor Henson, are you happy with that added dot point? Righto, we'll go to the vote here on this one. The committee's recommendation, moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Henson, that the committee recommend to council 1, agree to replace the roller door to prevent safety and security issues, and 2, reallocate the cost of replacement $23,346.18 from the Cloyna Hall CapEx budget, and that this capital item be placed in the 23-24 capital program, and 3, that the drainage be addressed at the Cloyna Hall with any remaining funds from the $80,000 allocation to be utilised on hall restorations. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. 11.5, swimming pool revenue. The officer's recommendation that this report, noting the revenue for the last 4 financial years, be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconder. Councillor Henson, questions, councillors? It's there for you in front. If we've got no questions, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 11.6, options for Proston swimming pool. The officer's recommendation that the committee recommends to council that council engage the Wandai pool manager to open and operate the Proston swimming pool every Thursday during the Queensland 22-23 summer school holidays from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. at a cost to council of $265 per week. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, second to Councillor Henson. Questions, councillors? Councillor Duff.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I just have had some people in Proston, and it was actually when we met with the mayor and Proston community, that there was some tenders for, or at least one gentleman tendered for the Proston pool and didn't get a response back. So just wondering why that happened, because I was of the belief that there was no tenders for the Proston pool.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Deputy Mayor. There certainly was a response, but it was a non-conforming tender. The tenderer was not willing to go and obtain all of their qualifications at their cost. So part of the requirements for a pool manager is that they need to have a lifeguard certificate, a bronze medallion certificate. They need to have their certificate for in pool plan operations. And one of the former year council had even an incentive where we actually contributed to 50% of the cost for the pool manager to go down to the Sunshine Coast or Brisbane to obtain that qualification. So we would contribute to 50% of that, but they would have to pay for their accommodation and other things that they incur while they're away. So unfortunately, that potential tenderer was not willing to do that. And so we decided that it would be very unsafe for us to progress that tenderer if he wasn't willing to get the suitable qualifications. So I think we actually brought a report back to council with that information, and also the tenderer's price was extremely high and certainly not affordable with the existing budget. So yeah, that's my understanding, that there was that option, and since then we've had it advertised further. We went back out and we've had it advertised and promoted. I think the community even put flyers up around the township as well, trying to get people to apply for that role. We've also had discussions with a number of other people that have rung up and inquired. Some people are not willing to take out the insurance to cover themselves as pool managers. So there has been a number of things happen, but in the short term, from our discussions out there the other day, was really trying to look for an alternative arrangement for this summer, and that's why we've worked through with the Wandai pool manager to see if she was available to go out to Proston and offer 6 days of swimming at Proston Pool, where she would open the pool from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. and there's the cost to council of $265 per week, so that would work out to be $1,590 for us to engage a pool manager for 1 day a week in the school holidays for Proston. So certainly trying to look at something short term, and as I think there might be some opportunity there once you got this pool manager from Wandai operating out at Proston, and she sees the opportunity and meets the community out there, who's to say that she wouldn't look at an alternative arrangement going forward into the future. So I see this as a positive step to get someone in there with the qualifications and with the insurance and also the backup staff, because that's the other thing you need as a pool manager. You need to have backup staff. So I see this as a good outcome moving forward if council was to consider the spend of $1,590 for a 6-week term.
Thank you for that explanation. Councillor Erkins.
Okay, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm not sure if this is the place to ask this, and it might be a question on notice, but are any of the swimming pools actually affiliated, the swimming club? Do we have swimming clubs, and are they affiliated with Swimming Queensland? Because if they're not, the kids who are members there can't qualify to compete anywhere. So
I'd have to take
Brief
that question on
response there.
notice.
Yep.
thank you.
Okay, so we've got an explanation there. Councillor Duff, you happy with that?
Yes, I'm really pleased that we have at least 6 days in the school holidays. It's disappointing that they can't have it every day, but anyway, it's better than nothing, as Manager Leanne said. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've got the recommendation there, moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Henson. The committee recommends to council that the council engage the Wondai Pool Manager to open and operate the Proston Swimming Pool every Thursday during the Queensland 22-23 summer school holidays from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. at a cost to council of $265 per week. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. 11.7. Goodger School Land Reserve. The officer's recommendation that the committee recommends to council, 1, to advise Department of Resources that to its knowledge, the named trustees of the reserve for public call being lot 186 on FY 850 are all deceased, and 2, that the public consultation be undertaken to advise the community of the current situation and future options. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconder. Councillor Henson. Questions, comments? Councillor Potter, anything to add?
No, thank you. I think it's all self-explanatory.
Thank you. Councillor Erkins.
Sorry. Can I just ask, in some of the discussions, didn't we have an access through that school to get to Parkland or something behind? So does that put that access at risk in any way if we're handing it back?
Councillor Potter.
I think that was brought up. I did bring that up through you to when General Manager May was here. We didn't want that access compromised, but I might hand over to Acting GM Peterson. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't think at this stage it's compromised. I think what we're asking for is let's go to community consultation and talk to the community about what they would like to see the site used for in the future, whether they like to see it incorporated into the Goodger wetland, or do they see that it's something else, or there could be new trustees potentially appointed. There could be a community out there that's willing to take this on as a project, and we would work through some of those issues with them about access, maintenance to our signage and part of a boardwalk that may remain out there. So I think there's lots of things to be discussed in the future depending on where the community sits with this one.
Just briefly, Acting GM, is there any links to Goodger Schoolhouse and Stanwell, or does Stanwell have anything in the background to do with that particular land and school?
Look, I would see Stanwell as an important link in this project as well. They are neighbouring property owners to the school, so they're an important organisation that we need to talk to, and certainly with the changes that have occurred through that community with the sale of land through to Stanwell, I think they're an important player to be involved in this project.
Thank you. So we've got the recommendation there. Councillor Potter, mover, and Councillor Henson, seconder, that the committee recommends the council to advise Department of Resources that, to its knowledge, the named trustees of the reserve for public call being lot 186 on FY 850 are all deceased, and 2, that public consultation be undertaken to advise the community of the current situation and future options. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 11.8, fixed crossing public use area. And the officer's recommendation that the committee accept this report on the Snow Houston Memorial Park for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, second to Councillor Henson. Any questions, comments? We go straight to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 12. 12.1, the Local Disaster Management Portfolio Report. And we go to Councillor Potter to present this report.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. In preparation for the upcoming season, the Local Disaster Management Group participated in a 2-day training session and yearly exercise this week. The QFest provided the Queensland Disaster Management Arrangement Training, and our team and QIT Plus Disaster Management Software ran an exercise in the system. And today we've also got another 45 of the council office staff also participating in refresher training around logging, tasking, evacuation centre coordination and council liaison operations in Guardian IMS. As part of the QFES severe weather season's preparedness activities, a disaster management officer participated in a consultative workshop around the emergency alert process to identify efficiencies. QFES are also required to provide a 1-hour refresher training for anyone who has already completed the emergency alert training to roll out the identified improvements for the workshop. Further training will be provided to those LDMG members who have not previously carried out this training. Our disaster management officer also attended a pre-season exercise with the Department of Transport and Main Roads, and this was a great exercise as we were pleased to be invited to participate with our neighbouring disaster management officers, emergency management coordinators and executive officers. A small exercise was also conducted with the District Disaster Executive Office on the 25th of October to test and exercise a request for assistance process. The process has previously been manual via Word document and email. However, the process is now electronic through Guardian IMS systems and pushes straight to the district. The District Disaster Management Group is holding a meeting tomorrow and will also be running the QDMA Coordination Centre training to all district members. The Inspector of General Emergency Management, or IGEM team, has released their South East Queensland Rainfall and Flooding February to March 2022 review. For anyone who is interested in reading this, there are some key recommendations which are being carried out from the stakeholder, and the website is and the link is there for the IGEM review. Thank you. I'd like to move my report be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Seconder. Councillor Erkins. Questions, comments, councillors? Go straight to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 13.1, Waste and Recycling Management Portfolio Report. And Councillor Potter, you can go again.
Thank you. There's not much on this one either, so with the works and continue with the introduction of curbside recycling from the 2nd of January 2023, and the first deliveries of just over 12,800 wheelie bins have commenced, with the rollout to residents occurring between 28th of November and the 16th of December. An information pack will also be provided as part of the delivery of the bins, and this is currently at the printers. The communication plan has been developed, which includes a series of social media posts which will be uploaded to Council's Facebook page leading into the commencement of the service. Waste collection. Preliminary works have commenced on the next domestic waste service collection recycling contract, with the existing contract now expiring on the 30th of June 2024. Ideally, a tender process and decision by Council needs to be made by mid next year to allow for supply of trucks. The Regional Waste Management Plan. A contract with Erup and the South to develop the Southwest Darling Downs Regional Waste and Infrastructure Plan has unfortunately been terminated. SLR have now been appointed to develop this plan for Darling Downs Southwest Council of Mayors. Due to our geographical location, Council is also participating in the Wide Bay Burnett Regional Waste Plan, and a workshop to progress the development of this plan is scheduled on Friday, and the Department of Environment and Science is funding both projects. Waste strategy. Resource Innovations have been appointed to Council's next waste reduction recycling plan. Work on this project has commenced. However, with the rollout of the recycling service being the current priority, it will in the new year this will ramp up. The Maidenwell Transfer Station. The contract to purchase the land for the proposed new transfer station has been received and is currently at the signing stage. The process to obtain a planning approval will commence shortly, along with the design of the transfer station. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I'd like to move that my report be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson, any questions, comments? Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 13.2, Environment and Waste Services Operational Update. You can see it all there. The officer's recommendation, the Environment and Waste Services Update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconder. Councillor Erkins, comments or questions, councillors? Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 14.1, questions on notice, Kingaroy Memorial Park. The following question on notice was received by Councillor Shoemaker. The response is there. Councillor Shoemaker's not present with us, so it's hard to ask if she's happy with that. General Manager, nothing to add. I would imagine that Councillor Shoemaker is happy. She didn't say anything before she left, but what do we do, Mr. CEO? We're happy to, yeah. So the recommendation that the response to the question regarding upcoming funding grants for opportunities for Kingaroy Memorial Park raised by Councillor Shoemaker be received and noted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, second to Councillor Erkins. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. We've dealt with 14.2. We now move on to 15, which is a confidential section. And the officer's recommendation that council considers the confidential report listed below in the meeting closed to the public in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012, 15.1, Development Opportunities, Pound Street, Kingaroy. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254JG of the Local Government Regulation, and the council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. I'll move that we go into confidential. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Duff. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. All right, I'll move that we now come out of confidential. Do we have a seconder? Thank Councillor Duff. All those in favour? Unanimous. Okay, 15.1, Development Opportunities, Pound Street, Kingaroy. The officer's recommendation that the report providing an update on the offer to purchase 1 and 13 Pound Street, Kingaroy be received. Do I have a mover? Councillor Potter, second to Councillor Hanchin. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. That, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to a conclusion of our portfolio or standing, what do they call these days, standing committee meetings. So thank you all for your participation. I'll now declare the meeting closed at 3:35. Thank you.